Welcome back to another live episode of The Higher Consciousness.
Lower Standards Podcast. Let's go, baby.
Let's do this. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, Jordan? How you doing?
Man, I'm excited, bro. I'm excited. Yeah,
Me too.
yeah. How you doing, Max?
I'm excellent, man. I'm fantastic.
Dude,
This is
so
going to
good to
be
have
good.
you
This is
back,
going to
bro.
be an
Yeah.
interesting experiment.
We are doing a live channeling this week. So, Kyle or Max, you want to go ahead and let us know what that's all about?
So I thought maybe I should share first who I am just to let people know. My name is Max. I am an immigrant from Russia and I live in New Zealand. Up to about 2 years ago, all my life, I was a devoted atheist. And about 2 years ago, I found out about Anunnaki, and that was my path to learning about the metaphysical, the surreal, the extraterrestrial. And about a year ago now, I began to play this game. The game is assume the role of your higher self. Assume yourself infinite about a year ago, and I don't spend a single moment not playing this game. I always play this game. Acquiring the personality of my higher self, learning about it, what it's like, allows me to get the information about the role that I need to play. And then I facilitate the role by emulating the behavior that is imagined in my mind as that personality's behavior. In other words, asking myself, what would my higher self do in this moment? Or what would I do if I was infinity? What would I do if I was abundance? It's any amount of words you can ask. It's the same thing. It's abundance acting as abundance without holding back yourself. It's like not afraid of death, basically. But I had to come to that point by first admitting that I'm not afraid of death, by first wanting to free myself from it by being okay with it. A lot of perspective was required. Like I'm going on a tangent. Like I sense that I'm going off on a tangent. That's all I really had to say. But like that's
Speak
very
what's on your
important as
heart.
well. Just learning. Just one. This the first like whenever I think back to it, the first and the most important decision that I have ever made was deciding that it is okay to die. Like it's not a depressing thought, even though I had to be low. I have back problems. This is something as well to the viewers, to the people that are watching this. They have to understand that you have to be low at some stage in order to want to really go up. And I injured my back when I was a child in Russia when I was about 11 years old, which caused me chronic pain in my 20s, and it was progressionally worse and worse, and my spine kind of grew weird, and a lot of pain just kind of causes me lovely pain. uh, I was basically bedridden for most of the time, and I couldn't move much, and I couldn't work, and I had to just sit there and learn stuff. And I've looked at a lot of YouTube videos of perspective, of people's lives, of how people live without judgment, just looking at certain realities where someone has issues. They are a good person, but they are addicted to drugs. They're on the street. Someone born with a deformed body, and they know that they are different, and they are always feeling that about them, that negativity, and all these different lives, and all the short lives and all the long lives and all the good lives, and I came to understand that my life isn't worse than any one of these lives that I've allowed myself to look at. And that's like that was the biggest draw. That was the biggest deal about like, oh, okay, how am I not okay? How am I okay to die? How am I all right with it? Because how is my life any different from any one of these lives? They're great. They're freaking fantastic. 100%. Loved.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like the first thing. So yes, I am yes. Uh about a year ago, I began to channel my higher self. And something about channeling I must also say that people must learn. Channeling isn't something that you can switch on or off. Channeling is something we all do all the time. Channeling, in fact, all words are channeled. You are currently channeling, the viewer is currently channeling, Jordan is currently channeling, everyone is channeling all the time. That is something you must understand about channeling. That is what every one of these channelers that do this and or whatever with their eyes closed. And I might close my eyes, I may not, I don't know because I've never done this before. I have done it with eyes closed and I know the benefits. But this is this kind of channeling because their eyes closed and they're focusing on a particular band. It is high frequency. Let's call it high frequency channeling. All high frequency channeling must be done through the higher self. All high frequency channeling is done through the higher self. So if we're all channeling at all times, we are channeling one self or another self. Whoops. What happened?
I think your camera just went away.
Oop.
Did you change the channel?
Technical
Where did he go?
difficulties.
Oh well.
Excuse me while I go and bashart my pants.
Almost did that before the stream started.
Oh no.
He's gone. He gone. Oh, there he is. He'll be
He'll
back.
be back.
Here he is.
So I'm thinking let's start getting some
Didn't
some
work.
emails maybe.
Well,
Get
Drew
some
said,
emails
"What's
lined
up?" Yeah. If you want to come on the show this evening, drop your email or raise your little hand in the chat, and I'll send you a link via Facebook Messenger, and you can come on the show. We were gonna have Max do channelings. He was explaining what that was. And if you're struggling with anything, if you're trying to figure out something that's going on in your life, well, he was gonna see about that and see what was really happening on multi densities. Yeah, because that's what Max does. Let me send Max an invite link via Facebook and see what happens.
Yeah. Let's keep this ball up and rolling.
Oh, Drew just dropped his.
Heck yeah! Come on, let's get Drew on for now and rap with us till we can get Max back on.
Okay, hold on. Dang. We'll get Drew on here. Drew J Lovett at Gmail. There's Max. Oh. Hey.
Aha.
One moment.
There you are. Drew, I'm about to send you an invite link, brother.
How do I switch from? No.
There
Take
are
your
negative
time, man.
forces preventing this.
Drew, check your email.
Oh,
There is trickery at play.
Is he still here?
hold on.
Okay. Yeah, man. Take your time.
We'll get her done. This is a learning curve. Second live,
Yeah. Did he leave
bound to
again? What
be
happened?
bumps in the road,
Yeah,
Maybe
dude,
he's
nothing's
trying-
perfect, bro.
just like everything in life, you just gotta go with the flow and hope
Yeah.
for the best.
Dude, it was insane having Martin on, dude.
Oh yeah, that was cool. That
I'm
was
just
really
curious. What did you think about that?
cool. Man. I don't know. It felt so surreal. It's like
It did.
talking to
I
one of
couldn't
your heroes,
I know. I couldn't believe that we got him on the podcast so soon.
He really is like just a
Oh.
humble, down to earth guy. I
He
appreciate
really
him.
is, man. He
Oh.
Drew or not Drew, Martin. He's just personable. You know what I mean? You saw him on the street, he would take his time out of his day and know that he has a million other things that he could be doing, but he would stop and chat with you because he wants others to make others feel good, you know?
Right.
Doobie is in the chat. Doobie is in the waiting room. Let's get him on, dude.
Oh
Doobie.
crap!
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, there he
What
is.
it is, homeboys?
How you doing, bro?
Man, chilling, bro. Higher
Drew,
Good.
consciousness, lower standards. Like I like my women.
Yes, sir.
explain
doing,
that a
Drew?
little deeper.
Well, take that scarf off, and I will.
It's not a scarf, it's a pashmina.
I'm just fucking with you, dude. I love you guys.
I love you too, man. What do you got going on this Tuesday evening?
I'll tell you what, man. Working with a church building, trying to get people back. This Charlie Kirk thing's crazy. It's making me want to go back to church, like for real. And like, Jesus is everything to me. I don't know if like, I truly believe he rose from the dead. That's crazy. I've
You
had
know,
a
I
messed
was-
up past.
It's something that's crazy, Drew, and there's truth in everything. But one thing that I find extremely fascinating is in Exodus, Moses goes up on Mount Sinai to meet with God, correct?
Right?
Mount Sinai has evidence that it was engulfed in flames. And they said that God came down and spoke to Moses in a huge flame. And if you look
You
at
ever see
pictures
the history of the world with Mel Brooks?
I haven't.
There was a third commandment that broke on the way down. It's a joke.
Okay.
Like
Explain the
Mount
third
Five
commandment.
Guys? Go up there and have a burger with God.
I'm sorry, Jordan. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, man. I'm interested. What was the commandment that was broke? I was gonna let you get your punchline in.
Oh yeah, it's a Mel Brooks joke. I don't know.
Oh,
like
okay.
incest or some shit. Freaking-
Oh my God. So you're really a believer though?
I really do believe Jesus rose from the dead. The Shroud of Turin changed my mind. Like, it's weird.
Dude, that's crazy. I seen the Shroud, and there's this page I follow. A guy does AI videos based off of the Shroud, and like
I saw that.
it's wild to see like how accurate that description fits the actual.
Do you think
Shroud.
it's real, dude?
I like to believe in everything, man. Why would you want to limit your beliefs to just one way or another? Like, it's
I
more
get
fun to
that.
believe in all of the ways.
Yeah, I love Asian chicks. See,
Yeah,
jokes,
do they
man.
love
Come on.
you?
No, not really.
Yeah, man, I didn't get up. I got upset that the fact that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, but what really upset me about the whole thing, of course, he was a father of two very young children. But what really, really got to me is the fact that he had a lot of different beliefs from other people and he challenged those other beliefs, but he also gave people a platform to speak. I've been watching his debates all week, man, and one thing
Yeah.
that I've noticed, he would say his piece and then he would put his microphone down, set it down on the table and listen to what other people had to say. And when we silence people like that because their beliefs are different than ours, we have a huge problem, brother. A
I did
huge
not agree
problem.
with him on everything.
I didn't
I
even.
did. But like,
Yeah.
this is America, dude.
Well, yeah,
It
everybody's
is.
gonna have something to say about everything. So
Mhm.
the whole point of the matter is to agree to disagree. Because, like,
Prove me wrong.
Or come to a level of agreeing on certain things and respecting that other person because they have different beliefs.
yeah, it's like finding either common ground or, you know,
I don't mean to get so
wet, dirty
religious.
floor.
I don't even know what my beliefs are. I just know that like we're American, and I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't agree
We're
with him on
Americans.
everything, but I don't think he should have got shot. Like, it's crazy.
We are still trying to get Max in.
Sorry,
Donald
guys.
Menegay says the 42 laws of Matt, I don't know how to say that, is supposed to be connected to the original commandments lost
Moses.
when Moses came down and smashed them due to the blasphemy he saw.
Yeah, and then they ate the golden calf, and he killed Aaron.
Well, what about the blasphemy that's in the world these days? The idols that people worship. You know, anything can really be an idol. If you
Like
if you
porn, TV, alcohol, drugs, all kinds of things.
Really?
yeah,
Yeah, those are
yeah.
idols.
Well, it's almost like a sense where if it holds a space in your mind constantly, and you're always thinking about it, it has power over you.
Yeah. Big ass titties. Joking, bros.
They could definitely have power over you.
It can.
Yeah. See, it's all about perspective, and
Yeah.
depending on the size, you might not be able to get anywhere.
All right, boys. What's the perfect titty size?
this Then the segment of our lower standards.
My son's watching on YouTube in the other room.
I gotta say I have no preference.
36C, baby. 36C.
I think everybody's built in God's image and everyone is beautiful.
I was just watching Fight Club with Bob and his bitch tits with Meatloaf.
I love that movie. Love that movie. God, that
I can't
ending
stop joking
never
around. I'm
ceases
sorry.
to amaze me. He had schizophrenia the whole time, and it was actually
Tyler
him
Durden.
fighting himself.
Yeah, it's a good book.
It is a good book. I read the book in treatment.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I read a lot of books in treatment.
Now we got a conversation. So, what was your
Are you a dope
DOC?
fiend?
I was a pill head.
Okay. My DOC was Xanax and alcohol.
Yeah, mine was pills, weed, and alcohol because I had a bunch of injuries, and they put me on. I broke a lot of bones, and they put me on Percocet, and then I've been clean off that for 8 years.
Congrats, man.
Dude,
How'd you
that
get
was not
clean?
easy. Kratom. Then I got off that
Really?
crap. Kratom is not good either. I went
No.
I went through withdrawals with that crap too. And then I finally was like, oh my God, I'm so done with this. I used to make ecstasy, so mushrooms, cocaine, weed. Like, I'm not playing. They call me Doobie, bro.
I see that.
Like, uh, well, anyways, like that's real.
You're Doobie, where's Scooby?
I got your Scooby snacks, $20, motherfucker.
Doobie is no newbie at the game.
Uh-uh.
Oh man.
But
What
it's like
about
it's
you,
nice.
Drew? You got
Dude,
any
Max says
wild
he's
stories?
Oh, I got a ton of stories, dude. You call me what's that dude from Kill Tony, the old guy that hung out with the serial killer?
Benjamin Grill.
Oh,
That's it.
yeah.
That dude's got some stories.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
Benji boy. What happened to him, Kyle?
one of these days, when the stars align, he will be on here. But we're working on getting Max in. He says he's here, so
He does.
let's try and pop him back in,
Interesting.
and hopefully this will
Well,
work.
Hey, is his name Maximilian? That's my first question.
he can be.
Maximilian?
If you believe it, that's what it is.
That's what he would say. If you believe that, then that's what it is. It says he's in here, but he's definitely not. Tell him to back all the way out. He says this is so weird. I love it.
That's my last name, baby. Love it or leave it.
This is funny. It is because we were literally just talking earlier, right before this. He was like, "It seems like the negative forces are trying to keep this from happening," and then he gets out
It's
of
my
it.
fault.
Bam, he's off again.
You know what's amazing is how much him and his brother Andy are alike, dude. If we had them on at the same time, I bet we couldn't tell which one was which.
Well, we'll find out.
Are they
December
twins?
23rd.
No, they're a year apart. Yeah.
No, they're the same person, just slightly different variations.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a little sister. She's the Wasp and the Ant-Man. She's been in a bunch of TV shows and movies and shit. She's a girl, and she's just like me. It's fucking weird.
Female version of you. Wow, that's a
Oh, I gave her a pistol too. So watch out.
Hey, there's Andy right there.
It's
The
'cause
positive
we
forces.
unite forces of good.
So you've been clean for 8 years, Drew.
Well, off of hard drugs.
Okay. And what is your life like now since you've achieved this level of sobriety?
Honestly, confusing. If you really want to talk about that, I've been like going to meetings and going to church and stuff. Like, it's weird because like I was known as Doobie, and like I quit doing that. I went to jail. I went to jail for cocaine. So, I loved hard drugs. I never used a needle. I shoved that shit up my nose. Fucking Everybody did it out here. I'm in Appalachia, man. Everybody does that stupid shit. But 8 years. Um, I finally just had enough, and I was like, I can't be around this anymore. I'm getting older. I'm divorced. You know, it's weird. It is actually weird because, like, I don't know. It's weird because, like, I used to be in a band, and like I would do like go to shows and like do a 8 ball or whatever, and get a couple of women for the night or whatever, and then like that's over, man. And it's not a good place. You should. I wish I'd have never done it because it's weird.
Well,
And
Do you
then like,
regret that?
huh?
Is that a regret?
Well, it was pretty fun. I don't know.
Well,
I
you said you
mean,
wish that you never done it, but you also say that it's really fun. It was really fun at the same time. So I'm just trying
That's
to
why it's weird, dude.
make
it's a little
sense.
contradictory right there.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I had
Do-
never done it.
But what
But it
about the thought of perhaps the reason why you did it in the first place was to have the knowledge you do now about that certain thing?
That is even stranger because I do have that knowledge now, and now I'm trying to work with the church building because these kids don't even try it. Like, it's bad. It's not good for you. A lot of my friends are dead. My girlfriend's dead. Freaking, it's not good, man. Like, I don't know. I just watched a lot of people die, and a lot of people got famous, and a lot of people died, and who gives a fuck? Like, I don't know. Cocaine's pretty good.
So how do you cope with all the loss that you've had in your life?
I'm going to therapy now. I just started. Honestly, um, I'm not even playing. I started going to therapy to talk about it because, like, I can't just sit and cry and call people on Facebook Messenger and be like, Katie's dead. And uh, I don't know, man. How do you deal with it?
Deal with death?
I
I have
no.
quite of an experience around that subject. Pretty much, it's difficult, but also at the same time, there it stems from a lack of or not a lack of, but an abundance of trust, knowing that after this life there is something more. I don't believe whatsoever that after we die there is nothing beyond this. There's too much evidence that proves otherwise.
You ever see someone die?
Yeah.
I
Watched my
have.
uncle die.
Do you ever see the light go out of their body? Like their
I
soul
watched
left. Like all of a sudden
Yeah.
they're just like a jar. Like they're gone. It's
I
fucking
have.
weird.
Yeah. It's it's a hard one to think about. And but you also got to trust that wherever they went, they're at peace.
I wonder where they went because I know they went somewhere.
Who knows? Maybe they reincarnated onto a different planet and they're living as an alien now or something, you know?
Fuck yeah, alien titties.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm always joking around.
You know, as Jay and Silent Bob would say, I'd be
Yeah.
the one guy to fuck a Martian, you know? People would say, there he goes.
Yeah,
Homeboy fucked a Martian.
Jordan looks mad.
No, I'm trying to see what's going on with Max and why we can't see him. He's in the He's still here, but we can't see him. I don't know what's happening.
Bet you I'm more interested in the last guy.
I was really hoping you were gonna be here, Drew. I was like talking.
love you, Kyle.
You got some crazy perspectives.
No, man, I've had Drew on my Facebook for a little bit. He's got great energy.
I hope so.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool. You guys got Martin Phillips. I love that dude.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
You know,
he was an interesting guy.
I saw that about traffic. Fucking traffic.
Don't I know.
That's
I try to manifest clear traffic.
Well, yeah. I try to manifest clear condoms, but it don't work. Gotcha.
I keep trying to tell Jordan you can't manifest a clear road when you're driving down the sidewalk.
Whoopsie daisy.
Whoops.
Oh man.
This is so interesting. I don't know what's happening with what's going on here.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. It's just the way that it is right now.
Hey, you know, Drew,
Cool backdrop.
time you gotta show us your tits.
Oh, I will. I got little bitty nipples. I think Bacon's my cousin too. We got the same nipples. It's fucking weird.
Oh my god.
I'm not playing.
This is definitely the lower standards portion of our podcast.
Yeah, dude.
This is what
I
A
apologize,
said.
guys. I feel like we're just hanging out in my treehouse. No girls allowed.
No girls. Well, in our treehouse, everyone's allowed. You know.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, everyone's allowed in our treehouse. You just gotta climb up.
Yeah, man. You gotta come up here and see the stars with it.
I'm trying to make a joke here. It's too wrong. No David Letterman.
No David Letterman.
Jay Leno.
Hey, no Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking.
A weird dude near you said for a long time, I believed because I didn't remember where I came from before birth, I wouldn't know where I would go after death. I could still believe that I am, though. I do think our energy goes somewhere else. It does, man, because our energy came here and manifested itself in this reality.
Dude, I've
So
seen
would
it
have
leave
no
a human
choice.
body. I've seen it leave a human body. There's a
What
death
do you
rattle.
think happened?
I don't know. It
Because
goes.
when I watched my uncle die, I felt like that he attached himself to me a little bit.
Do you ever? Okay, so my dad's a preacher, right? And so he has to watch people die like almost daily, and maybe all of them, maybe 90%, say someone's standing in the corner, or someone's standing in the ceiling, or someone's looking at them. They always point to somebody and go, "Who's that?" And then they're gone.
Yeah.
For real.
Well, there's always that. I've seen so many moments of like people. That moment, you know, where you talk about where the life leaves their body.
Yeah.
And in that moment, there's just like this little clear
What?
orb.
Dude, you can see it. It's weird. It's weird. Like the life just goes out of them, and then you can kind of feel the energy went somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what I believe. The soul is that little flicker of energy floating around, floating away, choosing where it is to go next.
Yeah, they can actually weigh that with a scale. That like your body will weigh a different amount of pounds or metric, whatever. Like when you like nothing, it's weird. It's so weird.
Well, you know, I've been watching some videos and saying, you know, consciousness is connected throughout the entirety of the universe and any other dimensions basically that may be existing, because everything exists all at the same time simultaneously, past,
Oh yeah,
present.
your post the other day on Facebook where you were like, "Infinite universes, you're gay out there somewhere." That was funny as hell.
Yeah. If there's an infinite amount of parallel realities out there, then in
Right.
at least one of them you're probably gay.
Did you see the
And
Charlie Sheen documentary, Kyle?
no, I didn't.
I'm sure Drew did. Did you watch it, Drew?
The Charlie Sheen one.
Yeah. It's on
Yeah, I bet
Netflix.
I'm in the middle of it.
Oh, well then I won't spoil it for you. You need to go watch
Dude.
that and come back.
When that was happening, I was married to a woman. Winning, I got tiger blood, Adonis DNA. I remember watching that interview live, for real. That dude, I love him. I love Charlie Sheen. Platoon, Apocalypse Now, freaking Martin Sheen, Emilio. That's his brother. They're embarrassed to have a Spanish last name, which is dumb. But I don't know. Maybe they got different moms or something. But I was thinking a lot about. I'm in the middle of that right now.
What I really identified with that documentary was the fact of, he put all of his business out there for the world to see so people could have their judgments. But at the same time, people will have their judgments, but we all have those thoughts. We all do the things that he did. His was just on a
And he was
platform.
married to Denise Richards. She was
Yeah.
the hottest dude. Dear God.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was making $54,000 an hour. $54,000 an hour. Every week. So, what do you want, man? Do you want a jet, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, Denise Richards? What do you want, man? You can have everything. Well, you're going to get AIDS, so.
Yeah.
That's not even funny, man.
My uncle focused on
it's
something
true.
right before dying. This is what Drew is saying. Science also says that your whole body sends all kinds of signals to your brain right before death. So it could be a sweet hallucination. That makes sense. They say that
Let
it
me ask you a
releases
question,
DMT.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay, pick an STD. You got to get one. You either get herpes. You either get herpes, AIDS, or gonorrhea.
What?
Man, well, technically, don't we all have a form of herpes when we get cold sores?
They can fix gonorrhea with 2 pills.
Yeah, how would you know that?
Shut up.
Bear said, Drew, love it.
Fuck you and your mama.
I'm loving it.
Someone said pick the clap. I don't know what it is. There's too many options, really. What if I do choose? I don't want to choose. Well, I don't want to.
You're gonna put that energy out into the universe, and then it's gonna happen, dude. You don't want to be thinking like that.
Yeah. What if I manifest it?
How's the Max situation coming?
It's not. I don't know if we'll have to send another invite link when.
I'm sorry, guys. I got more questions. So.
This is turning into Drew interviewing us.
Yes, which is fine.
So,
it's fine.
I'm for it. Whatever. Ask away. I'll do my best to channel my higher self for you. How's that? Ask away.
Show me your titties.
I mean, you really want to see
No, dude.
that? You know, I'm all right, Drew. I
There's
got a
Max.
question
There's
for you.
Max.
Oh.
Finally.
Yay.
Yo, here we
Haha.
go.
Oh wow.
Max, we have
That
the
was
perfect
so weird, man.
Yes.
Wow, what's going on?
Welcome to the episode again, Max.
And I'm on. Hey, and I'm on while there's someone else on. And this time,
Yeah.
bro,
Yes.
that was so weird. Nothing was working. I was doing the
You were-
same thing over and over again.
Would
You
you say
were-
that
what do they
is
call that?
insanity?
What is the level between heaven and hell? Purgatory.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
you
called
were
the
in-
gooch.
Yeah, that's us. That's
You
us.
were in live
Number
stream
3.
purgatory. So Drew, let's get you to ask Max a question.
So interesting.
And
When
not
did you
showing
start
your
shaving
tits.
your head?
Why or when?
When?
When I was 11 years old, I had an accident. No. Maybe in my late 20s or my mid 20s.
How those pubes
There you
go?
go. Which pubes?
Your ball sack.
Oh, they're no. Yeah, still there.
Oh, show me.
No,
Show me.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Sancho. Oh man, Drew, I love you.
I love you too, man. I love you too, Max.
Love you, brother.
Gang, gang.
It said he got muted on
Very
Facebook
interesting.
Live.
Who did?
Drew, when he came on our live, he got muted. I don't know what happened. I know what happened.
Now show my titty. Max, did you see my pubes?
Maybe. I can see them in my imagination whenever I want to.
Hell yeah, it ain't long, but it's skinny.
Oh,
Yeah.
where'd he go?
Classic Drew.
Come back to Earth, Drew.
He's having an out of body experience. So you got any? All right, Drew. I have a challenge for you. Do you have any philosophical questions? Something with depth.
Before you do, let me.
Do you think Gandhi was a pedophile?
Before you ask any questions, let me finish what I wanted to introduce about what channeling is to clarify the kind of information to expect and thereby to know what kind of question to ask. I was cut off in the middle of explaining or just giving a rundown of what channeling is. And Doobie here, or is it Andrew? Andrew, was it? Andrew.
No, I'm not.
Drew is giving us a wonderful example of what channeling is. Channeling in a particular direction that can be mapped on a single line from low to high, or within the spectrum of from here to there. Low doesn't mean worse than high. high doesn't mean better than low.
So
These are
that's what-
mathematical
wow,
terms.
All these bitches have gemstones.
That's the first thing that I wanted to
Well, get your stone, Russian.
iterate.
You're Russian, aren't you?
Yeah,
The
yeah, I
eyebrows
am.
say-
Yeah, I'm Russian. Correct.
Am I right?
Yes.
Ha ha ha.
This is true, Max. He's just a big lovable goofball.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I knew you were Russian. My eyebrows say everything. I love you guys. I
So-
love you, Max. Just fucking around.
Love you too, man. All right, so Max, you want to continue with your perspective, man?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You got it.
Okay.
The example, very loud, again, that Drew provides us very carefully. And this isn't to say facetiously in any way or downgrading what he is doing or even comparing it to what I'm doing or what either one of you guys are doing. We're both doing the same thing perfectly well, exactly well, to facilitate the providing of the examples of what I was even going to talk about. So this is freaking perfect. This is it. This is exactly perfect. This is exactly what is usable and exactly the thing that needed to happen for me to even be even a little bit clear on what it is there that I'm trying to purport about what channeling is. So I'll start again. It's basically the fact about channeling is that we're always channeling. All of us are always channeling all the time. Where we are channeling on the spectrum from low to high, from low vibration to high vibration, varies throughout the day. You could be channeling one self, one moment, another self, another moment. You are different with your parents than you are with your friends. You are here channeling one self when you are at work, this self when you are specific, focusing on a particular side of work, another particular different self. You're always channeling some self or another. That's the whole point about channeling. All of us are always doing that. It isn't something to switch on and off. It isn't even something to learn to do. We are 100% always channeling all the time. That is what we do very well. That's what channeling is. The particularities of what these guys do when they talk like this with their eyes closed and the shoulders up high in this particular formation. When they do that, there are several things at play. Play being the operative term here. They are having the most fun with it. The technicalities of why someone would join their hands together while talking is simple enough to understand. Your mind as something that is your whole body, and outside as if it is your electromagnetic field. And when you close the circuit of your left side of your mind with your right side of your mind simply by touching fingers, you close the circuit and the energy flows better and you think better. You experience that. You've seen these guys, the millionaires, the Trumps, and everyone. They're all sitting around. They're like this, what they're sitting
weird.
around, and they've always got this movement. They've always
What
got
does
this.
that mean?
Elon Musk does this. It means nothing, but it helps with thinking. This is how you can connect. Basically, this is like if you got your hands this way, that way, your thinking can be sporadic. And you may not grasp the right moments, thoughts that you require, and your communication, it may not come out well. Because you want to communicate, they're sitting there in the interviews, they're sitting there like this because they want to communicate well. They want to sound well, coherent, enough that they must bring their best self to the table whenever someone's public. This is why public thing is such a powerful thing to be out in public and be here, there, being recorded on the internet. It's very powerful and it's very free. So this is what they do.
I'm a hillbilly.
Yeah. Well, and look, everyone can channel, and whatever your version of your higher self looks like, that can be that might look so different from somebody else's version of their higher self, man. My higher self seems to look like an exaggerated, clowning and expression fool.
Max, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I used to work with this guy. I build stuff, whatever. This guy came from Kazakhstan, and do you know anything about that? Kazakhstan.
I know the country of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, right. And I was like, Borat, right? And he tried to fight me. And I was like, dude, I'm just like Borat, right? And he was like, you say that again, I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. And I was like, bro, I'm just saying that's the only time I ever heard of Kazakhstan. I don't know.
What was the question?
Kazakhstan in Borat is different from the real country of Kazakhstan.
I have no idea.
Well, now you do.
Yeah.
Dude, he tried to fight me. I was like Borat, right? And he was like, I'll fucking kill you. I was like,
True. You are always in a state of channeling because you just speak all the time, and whatever comes
I'm
out.
sorry.
Comes out.
I told you my
Don't-
dad was a preacher. I just can't shut up.
No, don't
Pray
be
with
sorry
me,
at all.
boys.
It's great.
Use your voice, man. Don't let that throat chakra close, bro.
Oh, nice.
Keep it going.
I better get a gemstone and get some witch hex.
Get a stone
Do
and
it.
rub it on your throat.
Play with
Kyle,
it.
You do it for me.
What if I rub it around my bum? Does that
Oh, did you see that Charlie Sheen thing? He stuck an ice cube up his ass when he couldn't stay awake,
really
and he
did.
stuck an ice cube up his ass.
I did not see that.
What the fuck? Stacy's mom. Sorry, Max.
All right, Drew, you got any more questions?
Don't be
anything
sorry,
else you wanna
Drew.
say?
Okay, my bad.
You are doing your part perfectly. You are as you are. Perfect.
Drew,
So
do
your
you, do you
eyebrows.
actually
You want to go on a date?
do Drew, do you do stand up, bro?
No, I'm just funny, man. I keep getting
Okay.
fired because oh, Drew's got to go to HR. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
You don't see a pattern there that you might need to learn from.
It's
What
still
are your
fun.
What are your handles, man? Where can people find you, brother?
At my house.
Okay. Your door handles.
Yeah.
Jobs.
Okay, I'm sure
Valid.
since you build things, you got plenty of those on hand.
I'm always building shit. These stupid fucking chickens pissing me off. I'm not playing these damn chickens.
Well, do we have another guest lined up, Jordan?
Not yet. We don't. Hey, Drew, we're gonna let you go though, brother. It's good seeing you, man.
You too. I love you guys.
Love to
you
see you,
too.
Drew.
And also,
What a
I feel
ball
like,
of energy.
dude, Drew is amazing. Always a good time. But you never answered his question. Do you think Gandhi was a pedophile?
Define Gandhi. Define pedophile.
See, that's
Well,
what
It's a
we should have
rhetoric answer.
done.
It's a rhetorical answer. The point is, if we let's say put synonyms on these words and say Gandhi, saint. Okay, he's a saint. then was he an abuser, a sexual abuser? It's multidimensional in such a way that you must understand every version exists simultaneously, which means everything about Gandhi is and must be true for that to work.
How?
Everything about everyone must be true. All truth is composed
So
of all
somewhere
outer truths.
out there's a gay pedophile Gandhi.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, here's an interesting thing about that. All right. So then, if you have now identified something as potentially real, the question about that becomes is, would you prefer that to be real, or would you prefer something else to be real?
Yeah.
Something else.
That's just the next
Also-
progression of things. The next question is, what is your preference? That's the only reason these examples exist.
Another reason is
yes.
I've said this before, but perception's valid. So if somebody's perception is their reality, then there's no convincing them otherwise of what that is. So in their reality, that's what they believe. And then in other words, if that's what they hold to be truth, then there's no shaking that and moving from that. So you can't change that unless something proves them otherwise, which would be a antagonist or protagonist from that belief in the first place. So I mean, Gandhi would have to prove to Drew that he wasn't ever a pedophile and also have credible evidence to make him believe so. So then in that reality, hey, to him, yes. Cuz is that kind of also the same thing, Max?
Well, if we look at the person who is looking at the example of the pedophile that Gandhi is or isn't, and we look at what precedes this choice of taking out the reality and believing that he was, and we look at what he uses that information for, and we see that this information gets to him when he is reminded in those times when he is in pain and requires some kind of lifeline. And he takes it. That is what I need to believe. That's what I need to believe in order for reality to make sense. And we see that as a progression of things, looking at how he uses it. And we can see how he uses it in such a way to heal himself and allowing himself to bring himself closer to the higher self. It's the same process. Healing is the frequency, the raising of the frequency. It is the same process.
The process of
That's the reason why these, like, the pyramids were built in Egypt. Among many others, this is the major reason, because of reality about consciousness itself. Every entity requires healing. Every bit of consciousness requires healing. All of it is healing because you are in physical reality, and physical reality hurts. It's all about healing. And emotional healing. How important? Why is emotional healing so important? Because emotional healing allows you to reconnect with this part of your mind. You see, the mind is not just encased within the cranium of the brain, the skull. The mind, in fact, extends beyond, and you have this part of your mind also. Your heart talks. It holds all the emotional information and all the emotional memory to be able to reconnect that part of the mind and every other with this one, your chakras along the line are in the energy centers. The green ray energy center is right here. In order to connect that to everything else or wake it up or heal it enough, you must pay attention to your emotion.
Hmm.
So, like an example of as this cast was starting up and these problems, these little problems, and I was having issues before. I was trying to get a thing together, and I told one of you guys that, oh, it's not kind of working, so I'm going to do a different thing. And then I did a different thing, and then something else happened. Let's look at that from a side. Let's look at me from a side, looking at myself and a potential choice that I could have made. Because this is frustrating, let me go low. Let me curse this and that and think about, well, what if this happens and how do I, oh, and I must be sorry and I must remember to be sorry. I wasn't spending my time sending messages. I was laughing throughout this whole thing because this is so funny how it can be seen, not even in terms of, oh, they're out there trying to control us. No, 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 no. Just the emotionality, just looking at the psychology of things within my mind, there were choices. And one of the choices that I could have taken is the choice of going low, becoming frustrated, becoming angry about things. And
Right.
now, and that's a whole journey to make. When you are going that far, you are then committed then. And now and then you couldn't come back up. And you have to be up. You have to be super up, super high. You gotta be high to channel high. That's the thing about it. And so if I'm not happy and awesome and peaceful, then how can I channel high? And so we can see that as another opportunity to just, hey, let's look at the options here. Here's a route that I could have taken, even a little bit, even a little bit. Like I was fascinated with every little tiny thing that was happening, and this wasn't going, and that wasn't going, and then Drew, the wonderful Drew. Oh my God, I love Drew. He popped up,
Mhm.
and then I could have gotten because my energy was so different from Drew's. I was in a particular state with particular intent that was frequency in one direction, and Drew's energy, how lovely it was, and so particular and unique, it was in another. And I sensed it, and he sensed it, and there were more choices to make. There were more choices, and I could have, I saw that choice before I made mine. I saw that choice as well. Blah blah blah. You so and so, or at him, because my me, it's me. It's all about me. I have stuff to do, man. Nah. I was fascinated with the experience because it was mine, because I chose it, because I chose this wonderful experience, as with any experience in my life and yours. You choose it. That's the whole idea. That's the whole point. And the longer you kind of live by it, or what I like to say, consciously program that behavior, the easier it becomes to have that option ready and big enough to see it first.
Hmm.
That's the point.
Okay.
Is That's why I exaggerate my behavior a lot. That's why I play with my universe every moment that I possibly can in order to consciously program myself, my own mind, into having that option of positivity and play.
Mhm.
That's the most important part about physical existence, is not taking it seriously.
Yeah, I've been really resonating with that, because it's like the whole point is to have fun. and the love. You know what I'm saying?
Hello. We have a guest.
We have a guest.
We have a
Braden
guest.
Braden wants to ask Max, since he was talking about the pyramids, he wants to know who Max thinks who built the pyramids.
Well, what is your information about that?
Who do you
Or
think-
have you none?
The Egyptians.
He
I know
think-
the ancient Egyptians.
He thinks ancient Egyptians built the pyramids.
What if I told you that there exists a reality in which one day in the ancient Egypt, the Egyptians would look around and see no pyramids at all. They would go to sleep that day to wake up in the morning, see the pyramids there, and remember that they have always been there.
That's cool.
Yeah,
He knows all
that's a
that.
good perspective, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my
Mhm.
kiddo, Max. He's a great
Very nice
artist.
to meet you.
Wait,
What?
my picture's right there. Can I show it?
He wants to put it. Go get your other picture.
My other picture?
Yeah, go get your other one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Little Leonardo right there.
Little Leonardo. That's Leonardo da Vinci reincarnated.
I saw some of your posts on Facebook. Oh, they are so cool. So well done. Oh, wow. Is that from Sonic?
Yeah, I drew Eggman.
Oh, wow. That is so cool. You are so talented.
Thank you. I'm working on another one from Sonic the Hedgehog, Big the Cat.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy shading, man.
That is so cool, man. Follow that. Follow that passion. Follow that talent. Always ask yourself, what is it that I am feeling excited about? Here and there, there's something exciting this way. There's something more exciting this other way. Follow your excitement compass. The compass. You have it. You have it. Follow it.
Thank you. I'm working on all these drawings because I'm trying to make a comic.
Comics are awesome.
Yeah, I love making comics.
A comic is a story told with pictures. And what is it that higher density entities communicate with if not pictures? They don't say words or even make sounds. They send each other pictures. And so when you make a comic with pictures and dialogue and a storyline, you are communicating telepathically in your physical reality. You are communicating what was received through telepathy, and you're putting it down to create and channel the energy into a physical creation in your physical illusion.
Yeah.
That's cool that he knows all that.
Yeah. It's all
That's
by his
very powerful
imagination.
stuff.
Yep.
Very
Right.
powerful stuff.
I'm gonna go get ready for bed because I'm getting tired.
Okay. I love you, man.
I love you too. Bye.
You want to tell him?
It's very nice meeting you. I love you, buddy.
Thank you. I love you too.
Tell him he's got some stickers that he's about to start selling. These pictures are going to become stickers that he's going to be able to send out to the world because he wants to keep creating and keep buying more colors.
Yes.
And also Sonic.
Yes.
Look at him mewing behind me.
And Sonic plushies.
And Sonic
Awesome,
plushies.
Dad.
I'm probably gonna get a lot for my birthday though.
All right, dude. I'll see you later, man.
I see you later. I love
Awesome,
You
man.
too, bro.
you. Good night.
Oh, that's
Good
so
night,
cool.
man.
Wow.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's awesome.
I'll tell you what, I can't draw that good. That's for sure.
Dude, I can't draw at all. I can't draw anything. But I do know when he was a kid, we'd go to like Applebee's or Chili's, and they give you the colors. You know, if you have a kids menu, he would color, and it would be in the lines, and it would be different colors, different shades, and I'm just like, yo, he's got something going on here. You know, like this is crazy, and he's only 12, and he's putting out things just like this. I'll show the audience again. It's,
Oh
Yeah.
I
yeah.
mean, absolutely insane, man. Just the
S- See, the best I could do was draw a mean dick right on that whiteboard, and
you know what's funny? His mom, when his mom and I were together, she used to have all these different textbooks and whatnot, and she would draw penises in the books throughout high school. So at least it's not that, and it's something, you know, a little bit more creative.
We did that. Boys did that. I remember kids in my school. They always did that. A lot of dudes, a lot of kids do that, man. A lot of. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yes, I do. Of course, I know what it is. Why wouldn't I know what it is? As it comes.
Hey, Max, I think your mom's on. She said, Max, you are awesome. Proud of you, son. Love you.
Love you, mom. Thank
That
you.
is so awesome. We're having a family
Very
moment right
cool.
now.
Yeah, man, this is cool.
Max,
All
where does your
right.
mom? I think Andy mentioned it last week, but where does your mom live?
She lives with Andy in Sydney,
Okay,
in Sydney, Australia. Yeah. Yeah.
nice, man. She's
Let's
gotta be
use
a kid.
that. Yeah. Let's use this as a moment to. It's a thing as well because it's new to me. All this stuff, all this channeling thing, all of this is so new to me. And because I've identified certain things within the parameters of, all right, well, I want to go high. I want to ascend. I want to evolve. I want to be as smart as I can possibly be. I want to be as intelligent, as coherent as I can possibly be, as confident as I can possibly. I want to be all that I can be. And how do I get there? How do I get there fastest? One of the first things, oh my God, one of the first things one of the first things that I did that was very important, the catalyst to my becoming, is forgiveness. Forgiveness. You don't have to reconnect and do what you don't really feel like or feel safe enough in doing, but forgive and continue to forgive. It's a continuous process because of the amount of selves we naturally channel throughout the day. There's a massive number of them until you actually become a conscious channeler of self, a conscious programmer of self. Every moment you know who you are, you know that you are that self, and you're no lower than that self. You are channeling your highest self by remembering your own infinity and intent in, let's say, I have positive intent, compassionate intent, empathic tendencies and intent, then I know myself by these identity markers. And then everything that I think, say, whenever there's an issue, whenever there isn't an issue, whenever I'm just looking and browsing, every moment channeling that self, like, well, okay, learning about the self as well. It's like it's a process that coincides with the learning about it. You got to keep learning about it because there's always more. Like you may learn one day that what the higher self. One thing to understand is came to me a couple of days ago as well that the higher self you may think of terms of etheric, some sort of a ball, something that like a soul, a spirit. We talk about a lot of things. We must understand the higher self as physical, as your self, your current self, your own self. This is as physical as the higher self is. This is how to understand the higher self, is the self of the best future. Physical, mind, physical, body, still there, very physical. And so the best possible future self is that self. That's how to think of your higher self.
So back to this forgiveness thing. If what happens when you don't forgive yourself?
You get more opportunities to make the choice of forgiveness.
Because what I've learned about forgiveness and what I've been taught, and I really like this analogy, I use this a lot in the field that I use or the field that I work in, is not forgiving somebody is like you drinking poison and expecting the other person to get sick from it.
Very good. That is a perfect analogy. I would sign that.
Because if I live my life with this energy of knowing that somebody has done something to me and I carry it and I dwell on it every day, I consciously can feel sick. I can have them renting space in my mind. I can make decisions based off of that resentment that's going on. I can physically become sick because stress causes different types of illnesses within our body, that I'm literally drinking my own poison and then hoping that this other person gets sick because the resentment, the energy is still being transmuted out there and put into the universe for that person to feel. And they're probably living their own life by that time.
Wow.
So I think forgiveness is an extremely important thing. Not a forgiveness for other people. I think we have to forgive other people. I know we have to forgive other people, especially the people that have traumatized us. It's extremely important to learn forgiveness, but it's also important that we learn how to forgive ourselves.
It's important the how, but I now have seen where I've seen that the why is, I don't want to say more important, but first or earlier on that scale, when you're learning about yourself and your mind, and then you start off at the end because you don't know anything, and then you go back to the beginning. And I always identify, so what I mean by first, what I mean by earlier is, if you have the why of it, every other thing falls into place on its own. It just builds itself. The how builds itself in many, as many options as you like. The what is there. If you have the why, everything else, every other question builds itself. But maybe I'm a scientist. I'm learning about this stuff. This is very new to me. It is possible that it is a uniqueness within my specter of consciousness, not unique specifically to my own self, but a particular choice, maybe.
So do you think Bashar is actually channeling an entity or his higher self? Darrow Anka.
Very good question. That is something that I thought that I should mention as well. And now you come to it and you are perfectly asking it. We can just, and you're saying you're coming from the place to which I have just opened the door. You have invited me in, and I walk on in, and I change nothing about it, because you know that if you're higher channeling every other guy, like all the aliens that you want to channel, they're up there, they're high, man, they're really high. And if you want to channel not animals, because you can channel animals, yes, if you like, you can act like an animal. That is to you channeling animal, and That is the lower density. Let's say we have scaled it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 is the animal, 3 is you, 4 if for higher 3, whatever. You have to channel them all through your higher self. So, yes, you can very comfortably say that a human on our planet by the name of Daryl Anka has begun a while ago and continues to channel his higher self, that which he calls Bashar. That is exactly a correct statement to say. Because it will be so if you were to channel anything above your higher self, you have to channel through your higher self. And so all of the information comes from the higher self. All the brilliant thoughts, all the genius ideas, all the creative information, all the books that were ever written, every movie that was ever made, every story that was ever done, every artwork, every art piece, every song that was ever sung has only ever been channeled through the higher self. That is the purport that I make.
Max, are you familiar with Dolores Cannon?
Yes, I consume her books on the weekly.
So have you read The Custodians?
No, I haven't. Not that one yet.
Okay, I'm reading The
I am-
Custodians right now. And what she does, and so this is more for Kyle to understand a little bit about channeling, is she would put people in a hypnotherapy. And through this hypnotherapy, and some of it's kind of crazy, but like entities, interdimensional entities, sometimes extraterrestrial entities, would come in on ships to where they were having this session, and they would channel themselves through the person that was being hypnotized. Am I correct on that, Max?
That sounds right.
And so Dolores had many different subjects that she used that would channel themselves through the human body and give her answers to the deeper questions of the world, like, are there other universes? Are there other planets that contain life? Is there any other life forms here on Earth? And for a general answer to those questions, it's yes. There's entities in Antarctica, there's entities in the ocean, there's entities that are even, and Max has said this before on our previous podcast, there's even entities that are flying around us at all times. It's a matter of being at a high enough frequency to be open-minded to seeing these things or experiencing them. And I believe that you, Kyle, you've had an experience with astral projecting, and you said that you woke up and there were, what were there, 3 entities standing by your bed?
Yeah.
It would be very interesting to see what kind of things you would be channeling at this point in time within your own conscious and subconscious, based off of the things that you're doing in your own life as far as your discipline goes and the chakras that you're opening.
In other words, if you're asking me about all the weird shit I've seen since I've begun this doing, I can tell you a little bit about that. Because there's not been a shortage of weird stuff that I have seen. I am beginning, and I think I spoke to Kyle about this, to perceive them, what I mean by them, and let me say, let me put it right. Let me first say, the example that you gave of aliens arriving and hovering above the house in which the session, the hypno session was happening is a one example of how to explain. Another, they would say something like, they were always there because there's only there to be. There's only here to be, and we are all here. So they don't, colloquially speaking, travel, they appear. And so whenever they sense, and it doesn't have to be, there's never a late, they can never be late or early because they're not in our time. They're not within our time space. And so whenever there is a signal that is sent out, they can always choose to accept that signal and be there during, to be able to facilitate the channeling through the physical vicinity-ness, through the physical representation, because this is how physicality still works, is that even when two bodies are near, the facilitation of transmission is better because of channel, because of light channeling. So like if one wireless electronic device was here and then another electronic device, and they could communicate, and if they were further apart, they could communicate less. Oh, I'm not finished. See, it's like, okay, and now let me connect to this to what what was what was the conversation about?
It was about channeling and how the entities would hover
What was the
across
question?
and they would be in the here, in the now, because we're all here in the now right now.
See
There's no
how
other time other than
closing
now.
your eyes helps? See how like whenever when like I'm looking and my information is feeding in and giving me thoughts. And because this stuff is new to me, I don't have a handle on the right frequency. And so just like if I always had my eyes closed and talked to you, like I would never lose it. That's like how closing your eyes works. It's like because I don't have my eyes closed, like I have my eyes open and I'm taking in a lot more frequency, like my cat's meowing. I don't know what she wants. I think she needs to be fed. This other thing, this you guys, everything is in my view, and it's feeding other signals. Isn't that interesting?
Hmm.
Isn't that interesting? Like we can actually
Yeah.
look at it like we are electrical instruments, just electrical instruments that are being used by the entity that we are. We're just electrical instruments. So what's the reason to be afraid of death? It's like, okay, there's no
Right.
logical reason.
The way I think of it is like these bodies we're in is just basically like a car. And when it gets old and used up and doesn't work anymore, then we just pop out and find a new vehicle.
Yeah.
So it looks like
I
we
wonder
have,
if there's any questions. Any questions from the
it looks like
people
we are
watching or anyone else?
We're gonna.
having
I think we got a
somebody on
guy
see
coming
if
on. Yeah.
there's any.
Let me get his. He's
Let me see what. Let me give me a break for a sec. I want to see my cat once. Maybe I'll feed her. One sec.
Sure, yeah, you got a minute. So it looks like we have Donald coming on, and then after Donald is done, we also have Juan Sancho wanting to come
Oh yeah.
on. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got
Interesting.
his email locked and loaded.
Let's see if I just sent Donald an invite link. Go ahead and message me Juan Sancho Villa's. Go
Already
ahead.
done.
Oh, hold on. Cool. All right. Donald just checked his message. I got Juan Sancho's now.
He said he's driving right now, but let's get Donald on, and then we'll do load up Sancho. And let me tell you about a little story of a boy named Felipe.
Here we go. Yeti vest.
Greetings, everybody.
How's
Well,
it
hello,
going,
sir.
man?
Hello.
Feeling good?
Good to see
Hello.
you.
Lovely to meet you guys.
Yes, I've met you before, but these are new faces.
Yes,
I
yes.
believe I've seen you on Sauced.
I was on there for a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah. One particular one that I saw you on was when they were asking whether CWG was a cult.
That's the last one that I did. Yeah.
Oh, did that push you away, man?
Well, the static between the two groups kind of pushed me away, and I didn't feel like my story was a good place to have that happen.
Okay. Okay. It says you have stopped recording. He stopped recording. He was going to tell me that he needed to refresh. I don't know what happened there. I was
Uh-oh.
about to ask him about Yetis. Dang.
I want to know. I want to know about
Yes.
Yetis too.
Yeah, me too.
That would have been
Let's see.
lovely. Let's get him back.
Let's see if he'll drop his email for me.
We must dive into this Yeti talk.
Yeah.
You know what Bashar says about Yetis, or yes, Bashar specifically mentions Yetis. I believe I know what he says about Yetis. He says they are what we would have been if
There we go.
Anunnaki did nothing.
I've heard this theory.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
What?
So Yeti. Go ahead, Kyle.
Oh yeah. No, we want to know. What is your infatuation with Yetis?
I came across a theory that I can't refute, but there's so much convolution in it that it's probably not true, but there's just enough hilarity to it that I kind of find it, interesting enough to keep it. There's a theory that Darwin, in all of his racism, did find out that white people came from Neanderthal DNA, and if the Yeti and Sasquatch and all of that is a missing link, that means that white people are related directly to Sasquatch.
And
That's
Max, what
what
were you saying?
that was the theory. That's what we were just mentioning. Is the whole concept that the Anunnaki, as you said, came down and genetically modified the Yeti's DNA with theirs to make us?
That theory holds perfect water. That theory holds perfect water. There is just one way of saying humans. You can say, yes, white people, but like all humans technically were spliced. All of us at some stage grow intelligent enough to make changes to our biology. This is how evolution progresses. All of us make that leap that we no longer don't participate in our own biology. We engineer our bodies after a certain period of time. Biological engineering. We all do this. This is what Anunnaki, or a group that was very well known for this, did with the apes, the hominid, the original hominid on this planet, which of course was in the first place seeded on this planet by another entity.
Mhm.
Well,
Hmm.
so would that have been, would a Yeti today be a Neanderthal 25, 30,000 years ago?
More, even more. But yeah,
How long ago were the Anunnaki here to make this
so
happen?
the time frame puts them arriving, I think, 500,000 years ago and creating us. Uh, hold on. 300,000 years ago.
300.
But there was a very long period of time between our creation, very long, hundreds of thousands of years, and the Anunnaki history as we know it. There was a very long period of time between the last years, decades of what's recorded in the Emerald tablets. Very long.
Now, I haven't come up with any kind of research for the Anunnaki or the Emerald Tablets or anything. I haven't found any of that stuff yet. But the idea biblically that the albinos ended up in the Caucasus Mountains, where they ended up breeding again with possible Neanderthal DNA, that is where, you know, that connection came from, and that's how we ended up being a part of the animal evolutionary line.
Well, look, the reason why we have so many different consciousnesses is because there wasn't one kind of Anunnaki. Anunnaki is a designation for those that come from above. Different races have done this from above. So they don't all look the same. This is why we look different.
So what would so is a Yeti just a base form of what we used to be? And if that's the case, you know, are they interdimensional?
So
what's going on?
again, we never were Yetis. This Yeti hypothesis is only available in the reality in which we did not make the jump from the apes to humans through the participation of Anunnaki. We were never Yetis. We never all made it to be Yetis. And so this may be simply one of lines of exterior posterity, or the way that your skin looks or your facial features, one of the lines making it there, and this is what we're experiencing, a very small portion. I mean, Yetis don't come in just white. They're brown Bigfoot. That's not the same thing. Isn't Yeti just a white version of Bigfoot who is brown?
I chose
Hair?
Yeti because it was a derivative.
Right. Yeah.
It
But
keeps
there
telling
must
me
be
it's
several I'm looking at.
This notice keeps popping up on my recording keeps stopped. I can't get rid of it.
Try refreshing
It keeps kicking me out when I do that.
when you refresh.
Yeah.
They're back at it again. The negative
Yeah,
forces, man.
I'm seeing a lot of the communication issues with technology tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't
Isn't
want
that
us to
awesome?
This is the first time that I'm actually able to talk about any of this without being looked at weird.
So
we
let's
love
hear.
this kind of stuff.
Yeah, we do. Donald, let's hear what have you had a experience with a Yeti?
No, I haven't had anything like that. My fascination with the concept is really more focused on how a lot of the things that we have issues with in today's society are connected to those animalistic instincts that possibly could have come from that Neanderthal DNA.
Okay.
Okay. If we reiterate the line of progression within conscious evolution of self from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we again look at the previous level of consciousness that we were in orange ray bodies, animals, plants. Second density body is what we know as low, and fourth density body above our body, fourth density green ray body, the body of Sasani is known to be a green ray body, as high, and thereby we see the consciousness of green ray, upper, understanding and love, and above, as heaven, and the consciousness of below, animalistic, survival, needing of safety, yet still not having it, as hell. And we strive to make that leap. We all have this, and this is the way for you to see that signal that you have. The thing we're talking about is that drive for evolution, that reach to the top from bottom. You're going upward, and that's why you value higher consciousness and you devalue lower consciousness,
Right.
because we come from there. We've done these lessons. We've been to second density school. We don't need to repeat them, but we seem to be stuck in a cycle of doing it. Of third density again, third density instead of let's go up, or lower than third even in consciousness.
We lost him again.
How interesting. How fascinating that this keeps happening. As an experiment, let's look at this situation not only as a positive situation, but the most of positive situation, as if this is actually the best ride.
Yeah. We're having a great time.
It's a roller coaster.
This
And
is
the bar
very,
keeps coming
very
up.
cool.
But yeah, man, freaking my whole thought is like, how come only certain people see Yetis? It's always like just a couple people, you know?
Is it a thing of vibration? Is it a frequency? Is it a soul contract that they signed? Did they sign soul contracts with Yetis before they came here?
Well, I haven't gotten to be out in nature too often this year, so there's not going to be too many sightings.
It's just me running through the woods butt naked.
Oh, can you do that thing? Can you do that thing that you do? Oh
So,
my
Mac,
god, that is a talent. That is so cool.
It keeps kicking me off the daggum recording when I speak. That's when it happens, but I can't see you guys. I'll stay on. I'm not going to refresh again, but this thing just keeps popping on when I try to talk. Like, you can't be recorded while you speak.
Wow.
interesting.
You must have some divinity to give. You must have some really wonderful gifts for everyone. They don't want them to have it. Oh, wow.
So I've been told, but I haven't seen it.
No, Yeti, you have a
You-
great energy, man. You've got what's under your sign back there on your background? What is that?
That is a black walnut staff with a couple of the different necklaces with the gems that Doobie was making fun of.
Synchronicity.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Do you have any protection over those, or is it just a thing?
A lot of it is like I learned a lot of energy work when I studied and got a couple of levels in Reiki. And when I started working with energy, I actually found like all of the things that they talk about, different types of crystals having different types of energy pulses, is completely and absolutely true. And one of my favorites as of right now is uh, rose quartz.
Mm, yeah,
That's a big
I've
one
heard of
for
that
me.
one.
I don't need my lapis lazuli so much. I feel like my throat chakra has got all the opening it needs. I feel if I wear it too often, I'll say shit I probably shouldn't.
But I could use a Miss Lapis in my Lazuli.
So explain a rose quartz and its beneficial properties.
Rose quartz is beneficial to the heart chakra and for a lot of healing. Usually green is for the heart chakra, but green and pink work really well together. There's also green tourmaline and pink tourmaline that are a really good combination for crystals and healing for the heart chakra. I like I get enough green when I go outside, so I like to offset with that with the pink, and it really helps me balance all of my internal feelings. I get that male energy from the green, I get that female energy from the pink, and I don't step out too far on each side.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really big on here recently, just the past few years. I don't know, probably get made fun of for this by people that aren't unaware of what I'm speaking on, but I've been really big on channeling my feminine energy. I've noticed throughout my life that I have feministic qualities. I've had kind of have like feminine hands and things like that, and like I'll naturally do feminine gestures, mannerisms, things like that. And I always was like, what am I doing that for? But here recently, I've opened my mind to the fact that maybe I've just been holding back who I was as a whole in my soul and in my spirit, and not channeling enough feminine energy. And I think that when we talk about masculine and feminine energy, would a feminine energy also entail like a compassion, empathetic type personification?
From what I've seen, female energy it curves and male energy has more straight lines. So you want like a direct thought, look more to your male side of the brain. If you want to curve those edges a little bit and give it a little leeway, I feel like that's possibly the more feminine energy. And I feel like if you get both of those set at a good speed. How's this for synchronicity? Earlier, when Doobie was on, he was talking about no girls allowed in my clubhouse. That was a thing that I had an issue with in grade school. First day of first grade, and there was monkey bars or something, some kind of thing, and boys were on one side, girls were on the other side, and the entire time we were outside, it was the exclusion of the other side. That was it. That's all they did. There was no play. There was no fun. It was just fuck you. Fuck no, fuck you. I had to sit in the middle because I wasn't a part of either side. They wouldn't let me out.
It's crazy to see all the separation when you're growing up, you know? It's like they can't even, nobody even fathoms the concept of what togetherness actually is or what it means. As a
And how
kid,
it
you know,
balances the duality.
yeah. As a kid, you're just
What
taught
if-
like, you know, boys, girls, like, you know, guys do their thing, girls do their thing. And then when you have that first moment of interest in a female, then next thing you know, all your friends are like, ooh, you know, it's like, ooh, you get a girl.
You got a
That seems to be
girlfriend
pretty normal.
What if we look at of the process of separation or any process that you go through as something that is a very crucial process within becoming you? If we look at the sequence of things leading up to where you are, and we see that you had to separate first, how are you going to come together if you're not first separate? Right?
You have to be able to see that.
It's a must thing to do. It's a how else? That's the whole point of existence, universe, is that it expands, it sends itself out into the furthest of corners to gain as much back as possible. It has to first go bloop, separate. You must separate in order to then unite yourself back with yourself. Like, that is a necessary process. And if we look at it like this, as a necessary scientific process, looking at it like that allows you not only not to judge the process, but safeguard it. Safeguard the unchangedness about your past. Safeguard every single tiny little thing that brought you here instead of, I have some regret. Maybe I have one. I have no regrets. But do you value every single moment in your past as you value your highest moments? Do you value yourself as worthy of the highest of experiences, as if you are having the best day ever, the best, most wonderful day at some kind of attraction park, and you're going towards this attraction here and this attraction, and the whole day is fun. You are worthy of that much excitement every day, which is the whole point about what I'm saying, is that your higher self has these feelings every day. This is how your higher self lives. This is how your higher self, this is the feelings that your higher self has. It lives the best day every day. It spends the whole day feeling like it is spending it at the most fun attraction possible, having the most amazing birthday experiences possible, getting the gifts and choosing and friends everywhere, and no abundance to be seen at all. This is how your higher self lives every day, every moment. Just understanding that is like, ooh, okay, what can I do to come close to that? What can I do? What game can I play? What thing can I exaggerate? What tiny little thing can I do to entertain myself enough to have the best experience? And by doing it outwardly, expressively, into the air, you summon the chemical within your body. That is excitement, joy. The chemical factory that is your body, it makes things, and then you're feeling joy because you're acting like it. That's how it all works.
Reaching for that silver lining.
Yeah. I love your videos. That's exactly what we're talking about. That's exactly the thing to do, is put your compass, put your attention on the highest thing to be excitement. And you must see that in order to get there, you must first be safe, healed. If you are unhealed, in pain, unsafe, you cannot be excited. You cannot be high. That's why it's all about healing. That's why it's all about the integration of the selves back up. Everyone, no one gets left behind, because no one is unworthy. No one gets deleted. And I'm talking about my own mind here. This is first how we do it. We first come together with ourselves, talking to every single feeling that comes as if it is the most important thing that exists, without deletion, without anything other than compassion, and allowing the feeling to make the same choice you logically have, because they all do. Without force, you take the time. This is what acting with abundance is never rushing with anything. You take the time, you allow the feeling to see all the things that you have seen. You show it compassion, you show it love, you send it love and compassion, meaning your attention. Well, that's what it is, love, compassion. Your attention is where it's at. You send it attention. That's what it wants.
Sancho,
Hey, what's up?
what's up, brother?
Yo. Where you at, man?
Oh, you know, I'm on the patio of a bar. I just came from a different bar shooting some promo videos, and then they're also naming a drink after me. And then drove across town and met up with some friends, and so they were like, "Hey, mama, let's all start doing shots." I was like, "Let me go outside for a second. I gotta go hang out with some friends." They're like, "We're your friends." I was like, "I know." Listen.
I appreciate the sacrifice of time.
Yeah. I froze.
You bro. Well, Sancho, do you have a question for Max?
How cold is it in Russia right now?
I wouldn't know. I live in New Zealand.
Isn't that the place with the koalas?
The koala.
Sure.
If you believe it.
Yeah. So I don't know a lot about you, Max. Like, I guess what's your field of expertise, and then I'll base my question off of that.
I don't have a field of expertise. Another way of saying that, every field is my field.
Okay.
Every field.
I guess the
well,
best
I guess
way to do this at this point would be looking inside, not at me, but at your heart and within yourself, to ask yourself, what is it that your heart wants to know? That would be the best way to ask a question in this direction.
What
right now
does my heart want to know? Okay. Well, let me think about that, and then I'll ask you a different question because I just saw the movie. Do you think we were right to drop the bombs on Japan and the whole ideology of sacrifice a few to save a million or whatever? What do you think about that ideology? Like, it was a necessary evil to save more lives that would have been lost if the war had continued.
I will answer this question with one word, and then I will define the word. The word is unconditional. The definition of the word unconditional is that you can do no wrong. Everything that happens because it was meant to happen. There are no coincidences. There is only math.
So, does that mean that you don't believe in free will?
Free will is one of the most crucial and important aspects of the structure of life and its role within existence.
So, but if you say everything is supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen, then in essence, free will isn't a thing.
This
because
may help you understand
Okay.
Your multidimensional nature means that every choice exists simultaneously. Every self exists overlaid on top of one another.
I
This
picked the wrong
means,
week to stop smoking pot.
maybe, this means and has to
Dude.
mean that you can experience a reality in which no free will exists.
So then we don't know what reality we're experiencing. Is what you're saying? Like right now,
The
I could.
best the best possible gift that we have, there's another way I can say it, there are many, and the best possible gift that we have received is that reality is meaningless. We assign it meaning, which means the only question of importance is not what is real, it is only what you prefer to be real. This is
Okay.
where the attention
So
should be if you wanted to be in the direction of what is real and away from the direction of what is not. Only
okay.
your
So
preference. It has the
if I
highest map
prefer
to it.
if I prefer a life of success and fame, I should just focus more attention to that, and then that'll gravitate me to the reality that I want. Because
Yes.
that's in my heart, right? I finally realized what is in my heart, and I don't like being poor, and and so uh, how would I go about, I guess, harnessing my attention for like fame and like a higher status? Um, Not essentially because I care about the
Higher
attention.
than
I
what?
just prefer higher than my current state, like higher than like working a part-time job as well as pursuing a career in entertainment.
I have no advice for you do not need advice. However, I have these words for you. The thing to focus on isn't what you sense may be the final destination of your action now. The focus should be on the feeling of excitement itself and not on what gives you the feeling of excitement. Focusing in
Mhm.
Okay, I
and
think
following
I
your
summed that up.
excitement compass, focusing in on yourself and following your excitement compass is the fastest way to bring you toward your best possible self. What you see as your best possible self right now may not be what you see it later. Does that make any sense to you? Does that
Yes,
help? Meaning, what
I
I
do
sense you
this.
are doing is. You want to speak? Is that a, sorry, am I?
Yeah. Um, yeah. So okay, but here I guess here's my
Hmm.
so I have a lot of things bring excitement to my life. Now, they're not necessarily healthy things.
Who
So,
says?
like, law enforcement,
By
I don't
whose
know,
definition?
society,
By whose
society,
definition? What is yours?
societies.
Society.
Yeah, like the current society that we live in. Like I, enjoy driving fast. I enjoy having a few too many drinks. I enjoy like a few other things that should be done in moderation, according to nutritionists and according to other people. But
But
that's
what about
like where
according to
I
you?
feel.
According to you.
So,
What about
so you're saying I should
definitions
just,
according to you?
so you're saying I should just give in to all my vices and just see where I end up?
Say that again?
Because that, like, I should just like give into all my vices, just like go full swing and be like, yeah, I'm having the best time of my life, and then just see how it turns out.
Is that how you really feel? About it?
Maybe. Does that make you excited? That's a good question. Thank you, Kyle, or whoever said that. Does that make you excited about it when you think of it that way?
The idea of being successful so I can continue to pursue my vices makes me excited.
Have you ever thought
Anyone
about
have the answer?
Have you ever thought about how exciting it would be to try to do that without your vices? Has that thought came across your head?
Or even
I've done it
fasting away
before.
from your vices for a moment of time so you could channel the energy of wanting to be famous.
So I've done that before. Like I've gone like 5 months of just like working out, just like looking like really like a lot better physically and appealing to like people like that are looking at me. And then I was like, this is fucking boring. I don't know. Like,
This is
but
not
I mean,
boring.
it did help me get a
This
better.
is very
It did
important
help me get a
stuff.
better relationship. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's really just like, as you said, follow your highest excitement. Do the things that excite you. But if you find yourself overindulging in these things, and then you look back and realize that the excitement was just an illusion of you convincing yourself that you were excited because of the substances, then maybe that's also a perspective to look at it.
Where's that excitement come from?
Exactly. Where does that excitement
Exactly.
come from?
Exactly. Oh my God! I don't have to talk here.
adrenaline.
You guys have it.
I'm like adrenaline. You know what I'm saying? Like I was in the Marines, so I did a bunch of like badass stuff. So like if I'm not doing something that's kind of like keeping me on the edge of my seat, then I'm like
What's the
this
next?
is kind of boring.
Investigate that. Look into it. That is unique to you. There are some things only you can do through that. You have this somethingness about it, some kind of somethingness, this energy that is driving you to either do it or do something. That is your signal for what you are meant to do, what you are learning here. And you are unique enough that no one else is learning what you are learning in the way that you are learning it. Do you understand how important you are? Do you understand that you are everything, the entirety of the universe, which is the whole point of the nature of the world, the multidimensional, is that we are all like this overlaid.
So what if you decided to?
No, I kind of fall. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, what
Who
if
was
you
talking?
consciously seek your excitement instead of thinking about where you're trying to find your excitement from? Channel what you need from within, deep down, instead of here.
Yeah.
See, my thing is like I think we're just here for a short moment. You know what I mean? Like at the end
We
of the
are.
day, we're just like not even a like a thing of sand in the entirety of the universe. So
Mhm.
I like literally I just try to make sure that that my karma is balanced out. Like I put more good into the world than I, put bad into it. And then the bad that I put into it is more like only like um harming me as like a person, like health wise or whatever. So but like
I
everyone
definitely
else
know
that's
what that
like
feels like.
around me is good. You know what I'm saying? Like I like these vices aren't like doing anything to harm these other. If anything, like I'm even more generous with like things that I do to go out of my way to help people. Like as I'm like a little buzzed or as I'm like I get like the spotlight on social media for like going viral for something, and then I still use that to promote like other organizations and stuff like that for like veterans or what have you. So in my mind, I'm like, as long as I'm at peace with the karma that I've been putting out into the world, I think I should be let off the chain as far as like that's not just that guy just really likes to tie one off, like no no.
There's karma for how we treat ourselves, also, though.
Yeah. No, that's perfect.
See, I guess I don't know too much about that to
Yeah,
let that
Well, it
be
could
in
be
my
as
decision
simple as,
making.
for instance, like, okay, if you had too much to drink one night and then you wake up the next morning and you have a really shitty hangover and you can't get out of bed till 11 or 12 because of the decisions that you made the night before, that could be a direct karmic effect based on what you did to yourself.
Yeah.
And I get that, but if it's not impeding on like things that I have to do the next day, then I really don't see it as a bad thing. Like if I'm still showing up on time to, let's say I'm like acting on something, like if I'm still on time to set, if I'm still carrying out my obligations to, family, career, I'm like, oh man, like I'm hurting today, but I'll drink some
I
water
believe
and I'll fucking.
it's okay in moderation.
Right. That's it.
Because if you find yourself one day after partying and partying and partying, drinking, and then waking up, and the first thing that you think about is having another shot or another drink to start your day, that's when it becomes a bit of a burden over the back of your head.
And you're not giving yourself
Recognizing
you're not giving yourself enough time to let your intuition do what it needs to do for your next conscious decision to make.
recognizing the
But
signs
what if
when
my
it is
motivation?
The whole point,
So what if my
I listen to
motivation
you
to
guys.
be?
I I'm listening and I'm hearing some wonderful things, but the whole point of what you are experiencing, and if you're asking what attitude towards what I'm experiencing is most helpful about what you guys are talking about, if that's the way, then not taking it seriously. Like you only have to put it in such words. Okay, then it's only okay then because you're taking it too seriously. It's a game. Yes, the drinking, you sense, or whatever you're taking, whatever we all take, you sense within your body that it isn't the right path. However, you see the hand doing it, you see your body doing it. The whole point is that you mustn't judge yourself for doing it. Meaning, do it whilst looking at it as a conscious entity, as the highest of excitement entity, scientist kind of guy. I don't want to change you kind of guy looking at your task of, let's see that there's a beer and I'm an alcoholic and I'm drinking beers all the time. Oh, right, I've woken up like a scientist, like a conscious scientist, and this is what I'm doing. I'm not going to stop myself from doing it because, whoa, I don't think that's not the thing to do, but I am going to consciously look and observe the effect. That's how serious you should be towards it. That's the whole point. Is that if you are this serious, is that slightly in the direction of I'm learning, I'm a scientist, I want to know the shit about this effect, but not too serious as to I should judge myself and not do this kind of stuff at all because you should do everything. Everything. That is the whole point of the term unconditional. You can do no wrong. You can do no wrong. That's the point. If you are like this, you come to learning about it very fast. Very fast. If you take the drinking and you say, instead of a bad thing, a habit that I have, it is now a game. It is now a game for me. The game, the winning of the game, is that I master this impulse. It's an impulse. My body is running me. I am not running my body is running me. That is what addiction is. And so, make it into a game where you become the master of the body instead of the body being the master of you. It's a game. And you must experiment with the game in order to become better at the game. Same with jerking off and every other vice that we use to heal ourselves, however misguided.
That
It's a
makes
game.
So my original ideology. This will be my last question before I scamper off. So, greater good, right? Again, relating back to the question about should we have dropped the bombs to save millions of lives, greater good. If my greater good is like, okay, I want to be successful as early as possible so that way I can indulge in my vices peacefully and like not have so many responsibilities because that's all covered financially. I am doing my vices currently in moderation because that's my motivation. And my end game is okay, I want to be able to do this like as much as I want to, but first I need to grind and I need to put in the work these next 10, 15 years in order to get to that level. Is that, and then maybe my mindset and my reasoning will change by the time I get to that 10-year mark, right? So is that a pretty good, like, I don't know, kind of motivation? I have somewhere to be tomorrow morning, right? I have like another, promotional thing to be at in the morning. So I'm only going to have like 2 or 3 tonight because I got to go to sleep, I got to shower, and then I got to be up early in the morning. I am moderating it compared to what I could be at. But again, the only reasoning is for my end goal at this current point in my life.
So this is war. Very interesting.
Because I think like no matter what the reasoning is, as long as you're able to moderate it, then eventually like we all mature as we grow. So I think it's a pretty like solid plan. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe in like 5 years I might not even like alcohol. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll like be into like refurbishing fucking cars or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But for this point, like what keeps me on focus is if I stay on focus and I grind it out in the next few years and get everything that I need to do get done, I can enjoy all this hassle free in like 5-10 years. And then maybe
Okay.
I'll mature
back.
enough. So at that point, I'm
Thanks,
like,
back. Very good. The signal is back. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, it's going again. No. The whole point of the attitude towards yourself, the compassion that you can choose to show yourself, is not defining yourself by your current circumstances. Do what you feel excites you, but don't assign a higher value to the future because it doesn't exist. And the past doesn't either. The only moment is now. And if you simply, okay, here's, if you, because I like very fast stuff. I have a name on my Facebook. I've got it. They don't change. They're not allowing me to change it to anything other than to starting with an S. So it's max speed, but it's appropriate because of the fasting, because of the speed that I prefer. I always want things fastest. So if you're asking me what is the fastest way to become my highest self, let's ask that question, right? So well, you've defined it. You've defined it. A successful self, a self that doesn't worry about money. You've done the definitions of, let's say that. Let's put that label to it as the highest self. Now, what is the fastest way, or what could be the fastest way? And it is all those things following excitement. But it is, in fact, again, doing it in a playful way. So here's what I mean by playful way. You can assume yourself, learn about the future self as if it exists now, learning about what it feels, not what it has, not the car it has, but the feelings it has, just like I've explained, as if you're on the best ride, that feeling. And then you attach or I'll assign the feeling when you summon the feeling of the best ride or whatever you can in your imagination to your current experience. You say, this is most serving for me right now. You find yourself washing a toilet for $1 an hour, or whatever you find yourself in a situation. You say, this is the most perfect ride that I can possibly be on, this now right here. And you continue to do that playfully. You keep playing with whatever you are doing at the time, with whatever you are doing at the time. You keep playing with this stuff as if it's stuff to be played with. That's how you get to the success that you foresee. You be playful with it. You unseriously playful without putting your hopes on it. In fact, being totally okay with the opposite outcome at all times. How do I make myself totally okay with the opposite outcome at all times? Well, when you're playing a game with a friend, you really don't care what the outcome is. That's the key. Making everything into a game. Every single tiny, an argument, a conversation with your boss, a misunderstanding with your wife, a thing with your child, a thing that's a physical thing, that you lost a leg. Make it into a game. Make it into an exciting experience. This is how you align yourself with the experience that your higher self has. By summoning the experience within your body, the chemicals produce the vibrations go out, the universe then feeds back the reality to you. Oh, it looks at you and you're having all the fun just like the higher self. Let me give the guy all the stuff that the higher self also has. All the millions, all the money, all the health, all the whatever. The universe does this. When you simply begin to assume that you are the universe, that you are your higher self. Just assuming, no matter what the physical experience is, no matter what the physical reality looks like, assuming that, like a child, playfully playing a character, just playing a character as an experiment. And if you can do that for a duration of days, it doesn't take long until your mind, your physical mind, catches on how useful this is, and you continue to do it naturally instead of you having to always make sure or remind yourself of doing it. It only takes 21 days or a certain number of days to program something in enough that it just does it on its own.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, that's a good
Play
workout.
with
That's
it,
good
man.
exercise.
Play with everything.
I'm gonna. I'll try it out. I'm gonna go jerk off and meditate on this. And
Hmm.
It could only be fun.
I'm good, but y'all are gonna have to bail me out because I'm about to do it inside this bar in open space because I don't want to. I don't want to forget anything that I've absorbed here.
Hey, Juan,
So,
we'd love to have you on as a guest.
Already in the books.
yeah,
Word.
yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, me and Kyle, we've been talking about it. So, you can get with him, and I think we have a date planned in a month or two, I believe. So,
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be
nice.
great.
It's a nice candlelit dinner.
Thank you.
See you later, Sancho.
Thank you for your
Thanks
energy and
the
for your
advice,
questions.
What a party.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was so fulfilling for me. Oh, I love that guy, man. I love it. I love it. There was so much light that was created there. You
A
can
lot of
see the
interesting
difference
connections.
when someone is paying attention. I'm using that guy's attention. When thoughts don't come, is because someone's somewhere else, and that's okay. But someone's not trying to see the truth. But because he was literally focused in on the truth, on the light, I was pulling in the information from him, and it was easy. It was boop, 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 there
He
you
was
go.
writing stuff down on his hands. You knew he was gonna look something up later.
I just hope he doesn't
Yeah.
use that hand later. You know what I'm saying?
And even if he does, it's okay.
He's gonna look down and be like, "Oh no, all my information's smudged now."
Oh,
Sweet.
But yeah,
So-
man. Freaking what's up, Jordan?
I was just gonna see if Yeti had any questions.
I thought it was an interesting combination of questions that came from a place where he was asking whether it was a good thing or not that the atomic bomb got dropped. And then he transitioned into dropping his own atomic bomb on his life by just talking in a playful way about, just getting into the business for his particular addictions or something that he just really enjoys.
Yeah. And see, one thing that Dolores Cannon talks about in the book The Custodians, she speaks on the fact that we did drop the atomic bomb, and that was all of that technology was given to us by interdimensional extraterrestrial beings, and we had made a truce with these people not to use these things in that sort of manner. But yet, as us having this human experience, we decided against that because we're warmongers having an experience of suffering, and therefore we use that nuclear bomb to hurt other people. And once that happened, we broke that truce with them.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I think that was an expression, though, of the animalistic side rather than anything else. Because where else could that have come from? You see that kind of activity with wolves and stuff. They just, I'm going to take this. There's more food here. That your stuff, I like it more. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to smoke you out, snuff you out to get there. Whatever hatred or anger or reasoning that they could have had to do those things, it had to have come from that animal place where we don't have that kind of imagination to see it in an empathic light.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. We have those. We have those as an examples, though. Like we have so many, plenty of examples of lower vibrational thinking, a lower vibrational behavior, and we know it instinctually when we see it, when we sense it. We know it's lower vibration. We know it is not the preference, or in the opposite direction of what is the preference. And the preference is always, it's always high. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
So
Yeti,
let's
do we
get
have you
high.
booked too? Kyle, do
can
we have
get
Yeti
high with
booked?
that drug. Yes, we do.
For real?
Yeah, I asked about it the other day, and Kyle hooked me up with a date.
Very
But
nice.
I will be watching, and if you guys have any, spots open, you let me know. I'll hop on
Cool, man.
Absolutely.
Well, I
because
think
I'm really digging this. I don't have a lot of actual guy friends to talk to, and it's so difficult to find guys that don't just, they
Judge.
don't do a whole lot of higher thinking.
Yeah.
yeah.
I have a theory about that. I have a theory on that. So, because of the journey that you have chosen, the raising of the frequency within the higher, within yourself, and you are looking around and seeing those that are lower than you, at least within the senses that you are able to comprehend mathematically, you're looking for similar souls. You're looking for guys who made the same choice or are within the process of making the same choice. And then you look around, and there aren't that many within your initial vicinity, at least.
Exactly.
The question then, why does it have to be this way? In fact, how does it serve us in that way? Here's how. We have to be, because we are instruments, chemical, electric instruments within the vicinity, because of the locality things that I've explained, we have to be within the vicinity of others in order to affect others, radiating our frequency outward towards them most coherently, efficiently. In order for us to be most efficient, we must be far from each other. Similar types, let's say, but far from each other. And that's why it's more difficult to find like-minded souls, let's say, because you have to be within the vicinity of different people to affect them the most.
Mm-hmm.
If you are feeling that compassionate light towards compassion and like just radiating positivity just for yourself, and you're thinking that it's also for the other, but because it's all self, it's only ever for the self, but you see a separation there still between self and the other self, and that's good, and you see that as helping the other, like uplifting people all the time. That feeds your soul. That like you're gaining from the source when you're giving that positivity to someone. You're like, ooh, nom 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 energy, nom 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 nom. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is the only payment needed, really. Just it feels so good in that moment. You're not looking for anything else. Anything else that's coming is gravy, and I usually try to deny it. No, your gravy's fine. Keep your gravy. This was fine. It's fine. Stop trying to give me stuff.
Well, that's like the other thing I was talking about the other day in a post is when somebody is going out of their way to give you a gift or give you some effort on their side, every time you turn that person's help down, you are robbing them a chance of having that feeling of giving.
Yeah.
Frequency
Yeti.
blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got. So what we like to do, I was gonna let Brian in, but I've noticed that if I have too many people in, it kind of messes with my bandwidth. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get Starlink to get this thing smoothly when we have multiple guests. But what we like to do, man, is there anything that you want to share with our audience? Any words of wisdom or anything like that before you leave?
Absolutely. This is the only platform that I actually feel like I can try to put this out here. What I've been studying with laughter is, and I've found quite a few things. You look at science, you look at historical, look at just all the comedians and stuff out there. You put all of that information together and you can find something really magical. And the healing power of laughter, that frequency, actually gives off gamma waves in your brain. When you laugh at something, you are releasing gamma waves in your brain. Now that came from a study that I found. Now that those gamma waves usually only also come off when, like, through deep meditation. So what you're laughing at, you're actually understanding at a different level than anything else. Like you're understanding it on so many different frequencies that it's actually enlightening you.
Wow.
I love it, man.
Very powerful. I have witnessed very much. I go back to laughter. I laugh in the shower. Like, I try to make myself laugh in the shower while the water is splashing down on me, thereby I'm energizing the water with my voice, the air of the water that's around me, and I'm healing myself with the water that is charged with my laughter. What? That is powerful magic, man. Very powerful stuff.
For real. Now there's an equation that when you're studying comedy always comes up. It's tragedy plus time equals comedy. So after a certain amount of time, any tragedy can be found funny. But the thing is that with that frequency breakage of those gamma waves, you can take time out of the equation. I fell off a cliff, almost died 2 different times. And when I got to the bottom, the first words out of my mouth was, "Ha ha, sis, I got to the bottom before you did." I wasn't feeling any kind of pain or nothing. We get to the hospital. It was only a fracture, but the way I landed was between 2 sets of jagged rocks. And then I flipped and fell on my wrist and slid down a hill. If I slid any further down that hill, I would have fallen off a deeper cliff that I would not have come back from. When I woke up in the hospital bed after they drugged me up for a while, my dad's looking at me and he's like, "So how do you feel?" And I look at him and was like, because before we went on this trip, he asked me to pray with him. It's like, because I wasn't religious at the time. He said, "Son, I would like to pray with you, please. I want God to show you that he's real. I want Jesus to enter your spirit. I want him to be able to guide you in a better direction." And I actually prayed with him. I gave it a little thought. I gave it some thought. I prayed with him, and then I fell off a cliff. So when I woke up in the hospital bed, I was like, "Found God, Dad. Thanks."
I love it, man.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it really is. All right, brother. We can't wait to have you back, man.
Thank you. Thank
been
you
a
very
pleasure.
much. And I'll be watching.
All right, dude. Later.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
This is fun. I'm having technical issues, but Max and Kyle, y'all are carrying me. This is great.
Oh, so much fun. So much fun.
All right.
Now
we
that
got
we're
another
finally
guy
in the
line.
groove.
Yeah. So this guy had a few responses to Juan Sancho. He has been in a rehab himself and has a little bit of experience. So I wanted to get him on to hear his perspective on what he thinks about the moderation idea and how that entails with everything. Check. Here we go. Brian.
Brian.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Oh, wow, it actually works this time. I just can't tell what's in delay. If it's obviously my TV. Okay, you guys are way faster than this because I'm not showing up on the TV yet. All right, and I'm not so damn manic. Oh, there I am. I see myself now. All right, I see what the score is. I'm not as manic today as I was the other day either, so y'all get a way better version of what's happening. When I like do what?
I was gonna ask you, are you bipolar, brother?
Oh yeah, bipolar 1.
Sweet.
Awesome.
So am I.
Hell yeah, isn't that neat? I also have the sexiest fucking lips on the internet ever.
Oh my god.
God damn.
Brian, so where are you from, man? You said that you did a prison rehab for 10 months. Where was that at?
a place called Bridges of Hope in Homerville, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, it's out in the middle of nowhere, right, like it should be. You know, people run away from that thing, you know, when they can, and yeah, it's just a place. It's like, all right, they have halfway houses. They have, 30-day treatment centers. They've got long-term treatment centers too, with certain types of rules. And, this place, I would describe it as like a halfway house for to go to a halfway house. Like it's like a halfway house where they ship people straight from prison to this thing, when they're not ready to even go to a halfway house yet. And it's like it's just a place for prisoners to reintegrate into society, or people that have severe substance abuse problems to go dry out. And it's a 6-month long program minimum. But I did it the first time 6 months, and then I went home and I got arrested immediately. And then I'm gonna turn this volume down. And then I fucked up repeatedly. I kept going back over and over again, and I'm no stranger to getting sober. In 2007, I had my first stint with Alcoholics Anonymous. I was in a lot of deep shit problems back then, and I stayed clean for 6.5 years, and then I have 2 children. My second child was born in 2013 with a disease called Hirschsprung's disease, and it's where you don't have live ganglion cell activity in your colon. And so he was put in the NICU the day he was born, and then for almost 6.5 months, he was in the damn NICU, and what they had to do was remove his entire large intestine, like his whole colon was removed. And it's just weird, because like it's the ganglion cells are what tell your brain that you have to take a shit, and which, oh my God, when I was 17 years old, I had AOL, and I wanted to impress the ladies, man, with a screen name, and I came up with one called Turdman18. I put 18 because I put 18 because I wanted to. I was like, yeah, they'll think I'm 18, yeah, that'll work. And I met my first son's mom with that shit, and then my second child's mom, I went by Turd Man, but it's so screwed up. It's like that was a weird kind of karma with my son being born with a can't even tell if he's got to take a shit. Like he doesn't get the feeling, which I feel like the feeling is sometimes I like that feeling. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go take a dump. Like it shit. I call it the shit feeling. It's good. Like it's a side effect of having a good coffee once in a while. So I expect it to happen after some death wish or some shit, and if it's not,
Yeah.
then I better check myself before I wreck myself down the road, fucking I don't fucking, but this thing about the ADD I obviously am dealing with, because the prison thing and rehab, with that shit, about fucking in September, it was 4 years ago, right after my dad died. I was in a lot of trouble. He had died and I flipped out. I got fired from my job that I had back then on the same day that he died, and my oldest son stopped talking to me that day, which I didn't know that was going to happen that day. That was a little bit down the road. But like, it was just real fucked up. So I drank and drank, kept getting arrested, kept getting locked up over and over again, and eventually got a felony. By the end of the year, I got 2 felonies, and the first time I had gotten a felony, I was locked away, got out, did a bunch of drugs, got put in a psych ward, shipped off to Macon, Georgia. Then when they brought me back, brought me back to Brunswick, Georgia, and dropped me off at a right at the Salvation Army. And I stayed there in this place called the Well, because during the day at Salvation Army, they don't let you stay there inside during the day, so you have to go outside and then fucking so they had a daytime shelter called the Well. And it was right next to a liquor store, and I would just go crazy with that shit and fucking take my Klonopin and just pass out, black out on the sidewalk, and get my groceries stolen from me and all that kind of shit. And then I eventually was able to go home and everything. And I went home. Keep in mind I had a roadie job too, and I was that's why I don't have like a permanent home or anything like that. So I went back to where my family lives, and I fucked up again. So I went back to jail, and they wouldn't let me out this time. They revoked my bond, and I had been faced with the idea of going to rehab prior to this, and if I had gone, this wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have been locked away, like bond revoked or any of that shit. So they let's see, after 38 days, and I had COVID in there, and I was locked in the loony bin part of the jail where it was like an open dormitory and everything. And I mean, oh man, at first I was in a regular pod and I almost got fucking killed, dude. I mean, oh god, there was a dude named Killer and he was in the Bloods. And I said something dumb because I was in psychosis. And man, you don't do that in jail. You don't say anything. And I fucking did. And so I got moved to the loony bin. And then in there, it was just gross, and I had COVID. Then I got out. And when I got out, they put me in rehab. And the rehab was this prison place where they mandate prisoners to go to for rehab. It's called Bridges of Hope. And man, I went there and it was fucking gross. You have to get up at like right at 6 o'clock in the morning, start blaring music, and you have to be up on your feet because the chiefs. That's what they call them. They walk down the hallway. They open up all your doors. You gotta be up on your feet by the time the third song is over. They play 3 songs in the morning. You gotta be up, and your bed has to be made too by the time you're up on your feet. And then you go to an AA meeting first thing, eat breakfast, all that kind of shit, and then start doing your jobs. And then by lunchtime, there's another AA meeting. There's like 3 or 4 meetings a day that you've got to go to, and they just wear your ass out with that. And you get hundreds of hours of community service time, all this all fucked up kind of shit. And like after the second time of going there, I knew the place so well that I started having what do they call it? It was albino penis envy mushrooms sent to the place, and we were eating them there. And so we ate, and I had a DMT pen sent there, and I fucking and then the last time I went, I had a 10 strip of some really good paper that I took with me. And I mean, I like psychedelics, and man, I did that shit. I haven't had a drink since July 28th, 2023. Well, it's been 2 years. Yeah, July 28th, 2023. So fucking but I love cannabis, things like that. I'm on probation, and one of the things I have on probation is a cannabis exemption. As long as I don't take benzos, no clonazepam. And if I don't do that, then I'm fine, because that's exactly what my fucking little contract says. It says Charles Brian Lewis uses cannabis to manage his mental health instead of clonazepam. Because on that, I've gone into psychosis from stopping that shit. And I went all over Brunswick, Georgia on foot, like yelling out the worst obscenities you can possibly imagine and shit for like 3 days. And like the only way I could stop it was I had to put my hands on my ears, and I would yell out, stop it, just so other words wouldn't come out of my mouth. And like I thought all the speakers that I saw in like everybody's cell phone speaker was pulling my inner thoughts out of my head and playing them and shit. And man, I called the police so many times. I mean, I saw juggalos out in the backyard and shit, and they were not there. And it was really fucked up because like some of them I knew, and they weren't there. And they were telling me that they tried to be. And one of them goes, Brian, we tried to be your friend, but our angels wouldn't let us get anywhere near you. And I was like, that's very specific, you know? And then he got an AR-15 and started blasting over the fence. And I ran to the other side of the house, and there was a bunch of dudes from that weren't there out in the front yard, but a bunch of them. And they were all going, Orange Mountain, motherfucker! And they were shooting the front of the house. And so I called the police and shit, and the SWAT team showed up because I was like, yeah, they are shooting with fully automatics out in the
Whoa.
front yard. Hey, yeah. And the house I was staying at was known for being crazy anyway. A bunch of crazy people always there. The guy who owns it, he was an outlaw biker in the outlaw biker gang and shit. And he was a president of that chapter out there. So he was very well known with the police. And the girls that his daughters were hippies and shit, like really good ones. And so, so it's just is a good, pleasant place for to crash out mentally. I didn't get 1013. That's where they lock you up in for 72 hours. That happened later on in the day. And, man, yeah. But what's up? What's up, y'all?
What's up, brother?
How y'all doing?
I'm over here saying one of us, one of us, one of us.
Hell yeah.
See, this is the opposite. Well, I guess coming from Juan Sancho's perspective into this perspective, there's such a polarity, like a difference between the two, because you wanting out of it, you're wanting to stay out of it, and he's wanting to get into it. And it's just interesting to see how things are so different between person to person. It's like, it's just
When you say get out of what?
like getting sober,
Oh
Like,
yeah. I don't really the thing that I feel the most unattractive thing that I have in my mind to do is to get royally trashed. I can't fucking I don't understand how I can do that. Like I've become a first responder, or like I've always been one, but I didn't give a shit about being one until a couple of years ago, and I was like, damn, if somebody gets hurt and I can't respond to somebody being hurt or some emergency at my house, what good am I? It makes all of the stories that my oldest son would like to, what his mom has said to him about me would become true and shit. I don't want all the negative things that have been said about me in the past to become true to anybody. So it's like I just can't even see getting fucked up. I smoke weed like crazy though, a lot of it, and I mean, and that's not stopping. But because I don't get intoxicated from it. I mean, I get leveled out, and it's a medical thing. But they don't have inhalable cannabis as a medical option in Georgia yet. So the cannabis exemption is just a cannabis exemption because I mean anything makes you piss hot THC anyway, and as long as I'm not using Klonopin and shit like that, then I'm not getting locked up, and I don't even want to feel like that. I stayed on that fucking bullshit for years just because I believed that it was okay to do. I thought it was okay because like your doctor gives it to you and says, hey, just don't drink on it. And I'm like, sure thing, and then like that's the first thing I did on it, and wake up in jail literally, like, how did I do this? And so all that kind of shit. So that's why staying sober or staying not non-inebriated, and I will not do anything anything that will just take the rug out from under my feet. No way.
oh
Do
yeah.
you go to AA every day?
Just about.
So are you familiar with Bill's story? And for my audience and Max and Kyle, Bill is the creator of AA. He's the founder of what AA was.
If you here's all my tips. If you get in trouble at Bridges of Hope, a lot of like the punishments there, you would have to do write-ups, and for a basic one, like if you didn't sweep your floor, you would have to do these things called 25 I ams, like the I am responsible prayer. You'd have to write it 25 times, but then there was a severe one, a severe punishment would be having to write the Bill story. Yeah, so like having to write the entire thing down in 2 days. Holy shit. Yeah, we know the Bill story.
Yeah. I froze, but so what do you think the fourth dimension was that Bill got projected to at the beginning of that story when they're talking about what do you think that was?
I kind of feel like it was a non-ego version of himself.
You say that again?
A non-ego version of himself. I think where he might have, I know he took LSD. I know that. And I just feel like maybe he had had a full chakra activation and didn't know how to explain it to other people. I don't know. You know, I get a little bit confused about the fourth dimension thing. And then when they talk about it being an allergy, that's another. I figured out the allergy thing though recently, but yeah, it's just I didn't really even start caring about the program until a couple of years ago, and I've been going to it since 2007. I just would go because it felt good to go, and I never even gave two shits about it until recently, which is crazy. And I used to bet.
Is there something that? Well, because you said you were curious about the fourth dimension, right?
Yeah.
Well, is there anything you would like to know about any of the dimensions from Mex?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that would be nice.
Well, let's talk about the fourth dimension and how it encompasses love and love for ourselves.
That would be cool. Yeah, hell yeah.
Well,
yeah, all right. Okay.
Lord.
I'm going to give you a crash course. I'm going to give you a bit of a crash course on the dimensions, the densities, as they call them. Very simple. If you understand and you connect these words to these dimensions or densities, can you see them?
Oh.
Or is it flipped the other way? You can see it, but it's not working.
Barely. Hold on, let me see if it's on.
Or is it showing that it's like the other way as the camera flipped? I feel like it's flipped.
It says
no, it's right.
Unity.
Yeah, but you have to read it from right to left, right? It's not from.
It's left to right.
Yeah, I see it. It says knowing, unity, wisdom, understanding, seeing, survival, and safety.
There you go. From 1 to 7, from bottom to up, from low to high.
Cool.
If you see 3, level 3, as seeing, that's where our bodies are, but that's not where our mind is. Our mind is all 7. That's where our mind, it's all 7. It travels freely across all these densities, but the body is in level 3, seeing. The next one is love. Literally, the next dimension, density, is understanding and love. That's the level. The next one after that is wisdom, light. Light meaning information, light meaning matter, light meaning sound, light meaning all material and information. And then the 6th level is unity, the 7th level is knowing. These are the 7 levels of evolution. If you understand them like that, and you understand, and you're asking yourself, who am I right now? Who am I today? Which consciousness am I embodying right now? Which consciousness am I channeling? Am I channeling the consciousness of the first density where I am obsessed with safety? I am not safe until I am. Am I channeling the second consciousness, the second density consciousness, where survival is the name of the game, where fear rules my behavior? Am I in the consciousness of seeing, meaning eyes open, observation, looking, listening? Am I within the consciousness of understanding, building within the mind, building them with love, with paying attention, meaning same love? Am I within these structures when you look at yourself and you are talking with understanding of what you're talking about, with having seen it before you understood? You are speaking with the fifth density, with the fifth level consciousness, which is wisdom or light. You can put yourself, or you can map your behavior on these levels to understand yourself. At any moment, you can map yourself, meaning you can find out where you want to be when you've mapped it. When you look at your behavior and you've mapped, I am to survival, then I ask myself, where do I want to be? Unity, knowing, hide. I want to be there. Good. That's all that you have to do. Preference, identifying the preference. That's the only job you have. You don't have to change shit. You just have to know who you are.
So being in survival and safety is not really where I would want to be, right? That's kind of like sounds a little rough.
Unless you are experimenting with rough.
Nah, I think I'm at seeing.
The third density.
I see. My bowl is about to be smoked in a minute too.
Yeah. I mean, it's all a choice, isn't it? You know what you choose.
Sometimes, like I know addictions, it's all a choice. Like, man, I used to get so mad at people when they would come up into Bridges of Hope, all like on fentanyl and shit, and I'd be like, yeah, it's a fucking choice. You're doing that because you got a choice, and like. I had at that point not had been addicted to anything so bad, or my mental obsession had never gotten so bad over anything until I had gotten out that first time, and then I got it that time. And I was like, wow, these people kind of don't have a choice when they're neck deep in addiction. When they're at a certain level, they don't have it. They gotta like really, really beg to get out of that fucking dark hole of being mentally obsessed with it. That's like the only way to get the fuck out of it. Stop being obsessed with it. Then you can work on not doing the drugs. And that's like that's just so hard for those guys. So yeah, choice is great, but man, fuck. It's like
It may be a choice, but it's not an easy one.
And then when you get out of it, you can always relieve yourself with gratitude. That's like the biggest weapon against negativity ever. I feel like gratitude's like a fucking weapon, like against negative shit. Man, it's like if I didn't have gratitude, I'd be fucked. And I'm just like thinking now, like, I don't know. I kind of just need to listen to y'all right now for a while instead of yapping so much.
I think gratitude is definitely key to setting the tone for the day. If you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is focus on that gratitude of waking up to have another day to experience, it's just nothing else really like matters. Like I had a moment the other day that I started noticing my energy was getting out of alignment. It was getting off. I started going negative. And then I had a message from a friend saying, they were dealing with something medically. And that snapped me out of that negative state because I was so focused on something that didn't matter at all. And then like it changed my focus onto like something that actually does matter. Is people are so much more important than the circumstance before you.
So then the question is, why is it that your body senses that they're more important? Why is it that your body is telling you, your mind is telling you that the people is where you're going to get the truth? the feelings that you feel, the empathy that you feel, the lessons that you get from your experience is from the people. That shit's eternal, not from the individual experience in whatever form it comes in.
Oh, I've used the people as my higher power before a lot.
Yes,
That's like,
sir.
yeah, like, oh god, especially older folks. Good lord, like the older ones in rehab would be. I just, oh my god, I couldn't believe. I don't know. Like, it makes me sad thinking about it. I almost feel like I'm ruminating, but it's not. This isn't. This is healthy, you know. Fucking But yeah, I haven't really thought about it this much in a while. That place is damn, it is so strict on people, but I hate it so much because they don't let you wear a hat. You have to tuck your shirt in 24 hours a fucking day, and you have to carry around your AA book 24 hours a day for the first month you're there. And it's just it was started by some fucking Marines, and I don't know, man. I got PTSD from the place. It's like it's a good, healthy PTSD. It's like, God dang, I make my fucking bed, see, like every day, and I don't know. It's one of these things. It's discipline. I got
Exactly.
discipline. That's the biggest fucking thing I got from that place was damn discipline, because I had none before I went there. I didn't even care about that or ambitions and goals. I just thought that whatever was going to happen was going to happen, and I didn't. I thought that all the jobs I'd had in the past were just going to come back to me and things. I didn't really think about applying effort into shit when I got out of that. God dang, but this is going to sound a little corny, but after I had gotten sober for a while, it had been close to a year. And then I discovered y'all. When Harmon was doing when he was Memphis Strangler on there, when he was doing the parody account, and that shit was so fucking funny. And then I run into you, Kyle, and then I'm just like, I keep, y'all are funny as hell. And then like, it's been a while now, and I just feel so safe knowing that like when my day is shit, a Thursday's gonna roll around soon, and there's gonna be that really badass podcast. And damn, I love it. I get emotional about it. I love you guys. That shit. That every Thursday is so fucking cool now because of that. Like the fellowship. I know that we're not all sitting in a building yip yapping about our problems and stuff. But like, dude, you can't even be. It's like you want to be funny. If you want to be funny, you can't like be fucked up. And I feel like I can't have a bad day. I've nobody reacts to anything I put in there. If I've been snappy to somebody that day or anytime that week and didn't fucking apologize when I needed to apologize to somebody, the podcast itself is making me a better person at home. I swear to God, it is. Like, because I like it a lot, and I want to be part of it every week, and I want to be part with y'all, every one of y'all. Like I really do. This is the coolest thing that I've stumbled upon in my adult life ever, and I never want to fuck it up. I don't want to fuck this up like ever. I wish I could live with y'all. Like I love y'all. Yeah. So y'all
Well,
y'all are
it's
helping me stay sober.
it's
Yeah, I
it's
know I
a
smoke weed, but I mean, you
it's
know
an
what I mean.
inclination that I'm on my path too, Brian, because here I am meeting you for the first time, and the way that you express things and say things, all the way from the things that you were addicted to and the psychosis that you went through, you're talking about me. You're talking about my story, bro. I went through AA. I'm very familiar with AA. I don't go to AA anymore, but I do work at a treatment facility, and
Oh,
it's a it's a treatment facility for adolescents, and I make them follow every single rule. And the reason is you're exactly like you said, it's discipline. If you're not going to follow a little rule like being quiet while you're walking in line to the cafe, then when you get out into the world, you could be speeding
Yeah.
and you get pulled over and you might have something that you forgot in your car.
Yep.
But it's not the fact that you have something in your car, it's the fact that you were speeding because you lacked the discipline, and now you've got to answer for something that you probably had no clue was there, and now you've created this cycle of bad habits, and now you're answering for something that could have been valid 6-7 months ago, but it all
Oh yeah.
falls back onto discipline, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's like without that, I'm completely screwed. Yeah.
Mhm.
This. Oh
Yeah,
my
dude.
God.
Discipline is very important, you
Mhm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
I make a point to practice it like every week, almost every day. This is why I implemented, like exercise, good diet, and things like, fasting from, certain things. Fasting from I feel like when something has hit a certain point in your life where you feel like it's routine, you feel like you're just doing it habitually, maybe take a break, make a change. I like to see things as a fun, exciting game, like Max says. If you find yourself stuck in the same pattern, make a change the game.
Yeah.
What if the what we're calling discipline? What if, well, it's the same thing. I like to say conscious programming. You go to a gym and you're working out. You go to a class and you're learning and you're acquiring knowledge and you're working your mind out. You are programming your future self. Discipline.
Oh
That
yeah.
very powerful. But like
Especially if you're
honing
like,
in on that future self is exactly honing in on the higher self. That's exactly what it's all about. What you're calling discipline is the same process of channeling your higher self. When you are working on discipline, you are channeling your higher self. Yes,
So back
man.
to the fourth
absolutely.
dimension real quick and Bill's experience in that. The way that I identify what he was experiencing in that moment was, yes, it was an unconditional love, but it was an unconditional love for himself again.
That's
Loving
right.
himself enough that no matter what had happened before or what's going to happen in the future or what's going to happen right now, he is secure enough to love himself enough to not go back to the substances that separated him from
That's
his
right.
creator.
That's what I was trying to say when I was talking. When I said gratitude, that's when I said gratitude's a weapon. That's when the phrase I was going to say is I don't have to live that way anymore. I tell myself that, and that's like, God dang, it's such a fucking relief. And it's like what you said right there. You wouldn't want to do the substances that separate himself from everything that he loves and all that, and himself separating himself from himself too. And man, yeah. So yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Right.
like
And
when you
that
say you don't go to meetings, it's like you are a meeting. You know what I mean? Like so, and you
yeah.
take care of people at a treatment center, so you're like a constant meeting anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm programmed
Healing
to
energy activate.
Right. Well, and this also falls back into the whole forgiveness that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Forgiving yourself. Because it may not have been, it's not just about forgiving other people, it's also about forgiving yourself because you were that person to people as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, we were talking about God's grace the other day too, like grace and self forgiveness. Yeah, I mean this is like really funny because it's all we're talking about this at meetings like over the last couple of days, so it's always in sync with you guys. That's so cool.
Life is one big synchronicity, and the more that you channel whatever your higher power may be through the act of love, the more synchronicities become relevant inside of your life.
That's true.
You keep saying the opposite of addiction is connection. And I keep asking you, well, then what happens when we get people addicted to connection?
Yeah, it's like
A game happens.
replacing the damn alcohol with communicating at meetings is basically that. I mean, like, you get addicted to going to meetings. You can. Like, oh my God, like, it's so neat, like, seeing all these old people when they go to meetings and shit. It makes me feel better about getting old because, like, every time I get upset with something, I'm like, well, they did it, you know. So and so was able to get over this kind of shit. Look at blah 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 shows up every night, and they're just, you know, they've been going through hell. You know, yeah, it takes me out of myself all the time, and yeah, it pulls my head out of my ass. That's the best way to see it. Yeah.
So you've
Yeah.
had your bouts with hallucinogens and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Did you
Oh
ever
yeah.
have did you ever experience an ego death while on these substances?
Yes, I have. In May of 2006, I was sitting in my friend's garage in Memphis, Tennessee, and I was listening to Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon on a little radio, and it got to The Great Gig in the Sky, and I had taken some a real old school roll, and just 2 hits of acid, and I can't remember what order it was. It does kind of matter, but anyway, I was sitting there and next to the radio, and then I started to feel this feeling. It felt like the sound from the radio was connecting with my chest. You know, it felt like my chest was beating like it was my solar plexus, you know, like was beating like really throbbing. And then my gut was throbbing with it. Then my neck started throbbing at the same time, at the same vibrational frequency as my chest. Then my pelvic area was. When my pelvic area did, it felt like my feet started vibrating, and then above my head at the same time, and everything started vibrating at the same exact frequency. It felt like everything went completely black. I didn't feel my arms. I didn't feel my legs. I couldn't feel anything except for myself. I felt myself, and myself was all that I could feel. But I had ego. I still had ego, and I know it because I do roadie work, and at that time I was coming home from working on American Idol tour, and I was thinking I had a backstage pass entitlement mentality, and I thought that I had done some like spiritual achievement thing. I was like, God must think I'm a badass if he's letting me see this. What's this shit? I was like, wow, this is cool. This is so neat. And when that happened, I was zapped right back into the chair I was sitting in. I was like, all right, that here I am back. I'm back. You know, I was like, I see my arms, I see my legs, all that kind of shit. And I was kind of like let down a little bit. And I was listening to more Pink Floyd, you know, and the music started getting really happy. The music started feeling like I was reconnecting with my body again. Like the sound was I was becoming part of the sound. It was becoming part of me kind of thing. I was merging with everything again. I was peaking again, I think. Anyway, when that happened, I had this thought where I said, yeah, that thing that just happened was too beautiful for just me. Even though it was all just black, it was the most clean feeling I'd ever felt in my life. I had no nicknames. Like all the horrific nicknames I had been given through middle school and elementary school were bullies and shit had fucked with me. I didn't have any of that on me. Like none of the stuff that ever bothered me. Like it felt like I had my whole life go right through me, and I didn't even have my name. I was just me. You know what I mean? And thought that was so fucking awesome. And then I said, yeah, that wasn't just for me. That couldn't have been just for me. That was too clean for just me. That has to be for everybody. And right when I thought that thought, I was blasted right back into that zone. And about where I couldn't see my arms, I couldn't see my legs. And then this time I felt like I was on some kind of elevator that was going in a diagonal position, and it was making all these beeping sounds and all this like beep bleep, bleep kind of shit. And I was seeing green flashing little lights and things like that. And I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't feel anything except for just me, whatever me is. Then I got to this spot and everything stopped and slowed down and everything got real warm feeling. And it felt like I could still feel the music, but the music was turning into a place that looked like a place. It turned into a fucking place. The music became a place. The place was people. So hope you're following this. The sound turned into a place. The place became everything. Everybody and everything. Everybody that's ever lived and everybody that's living now and everybody that's gonna live was already alive at this place, and everything was all connected, all at the same place at the same time, like all at once. So everything was all there, all at the same time, all at once. So I knew that was that, and it was a gold beige-ish kind of amber atmosphere, and it was it was just all love. The place was love. So if love could be a place, it was there. It was that, and love was everybody and everything that's ever gonna be. But everything was already around. Everything's already been the same age. It's like nothing had been born. It was already there. Like we're already there.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? We're already there right now. So it was like that. That's what happened. And that was yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was on a full chakra. I found out from when I told my anger management teacher about it about a year later, and he told me that was a chakra activation, and I didn't know any of that. He said that's why it happened like that because I didn't know about it. Because if I had gone hunting for it, it wouldn't have happened like that. And and it's a good thing I didn't know about it because I didn't believe in anything before that. I didn't believe in God or nothing. I didn't believe in shit. And if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have accepted Alcoholics Anonymous, and I wouldn't have had 6.5 years of no drinking right off the bat. So that's why that's a good thing that thing happened. So
I see Max rotten, but so what do you believe in now?
The golden rule, basically. And that's about it.
Treat others as you want to be treated?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I believe there's God for sure, but I just believe that if there's anything you got to do, treat others the way you want to be treated. And I think that it takes you got to go through so much shit to really understand that, because if you're an entitled brat and you're treating others the way you want to be treated, if I had followed the golden rule before I had that experience, I would have been such a bitch because I was rich and shit and I had a lot of money and I was just slapping it around like a fucking prick, you know what I mean? And if I was treating others the way I wanted to be treated before I had that experience, I would be dead. So it's like, I don't know. That's a really weird one. I haven't really thought about it. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I believe in, though. Just be kind. Don't hurt anybody.
There's always also been this thought in the back of my head, like when I think about reacting or speaking with people recently, is that, when this life review that's supposed to happen after we depart, the fact that I keep coming to is when we have to experience ourselves through the perspective of everyone we've ever met.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have to feel how we made them feel. You have to think about that. And if you don't like the way somebody treats you and then you go out and treat somebody else poorly, then you have to experience that. So if somebody's going around being just a horrible person, everybody, when this life review comes around, they are going to have to feel that to its fullest.
Hey, Kyle, when that night when that happened, that experience, when everything faded away and I was back in the garage. I was still in the same song, almost in the same spot where I left off when all that started. It was all like an eternity in a millisecond. And then it happened again. And then when it happened again, it was fucking frightening as fuck. It was, oh fuck. I was out of my body for real, and felt like I was grabbing onto the garbage can inside of the fucking garage, and I couldn't see the garbage. Everything was black, but my body was in the chair. But I felt like I was holding on to the garbage can, and I was knocking shit over. But how's my body? This is gonna put me in the loony bin. But this happened, so. It's just my perspective, my observation. So I don't know if it's going to be believable or not. Anyway, I could feel myself hold on to things and while my body's still in the chair. Shit's getting knocked over. I don't know how that's happening. Dude, I look down while I'm sitting in the fucking chair when I realize I'm back in the chair. And I look at the ground. And it looks like a hole that keeps going down and down and down. And this is the weirdest fucking part. You know, they talk about the temptation shit, the Adam and Eve story about just being tempted and all this kind of stuff. And there was like a weird rule I gave myself when I was looking down that hole. And all the rule I gave myself was if you keep looking down that hole, you're going to find out why all this happened. I'm like, whoa, like why I had that experience, why I saw everything at once. And the only rule was just don't look down. You don't need to look down. You already should be comfortable with what you just saw. Everything you just saw was love, Brian. So it was like a war going on in my head. I was like, holy shit, it's like spirit shit. War telling me like I should be comfortable with what I had just seen, everybody all at once. That was good enough. I should have been just good enough. But if I wanted to know why it happened, to just keep looking down that hole. I got so stupid that I looked down that fucking hole, and then the most evil feeling came back, and it was a reflection of my own face. And it was like, I got the biggest lesson that day. I'm my own fucking worst enemy, is what that hole showed me. You know what I mean? And it made me put me through the emotions of everybody I've ever hurt at once. It was like I was seeing and feeling every bit of that, all because I couldn't just obey one simple rule, because I should have been comfortable and convinced with what I had seen with that other experience I just told you about. This was all in the same day, you know, and there's also so many other things going on at that house I was staying at, but like spiritual wise and things, but fucking yeah, dude. Yeah.
Maybe this is why you have you had to go through all that discipline. So now you know not to look down that hole.
Oh, yeah. It's so weird how that happened, man. Yeah, that was the craziest day I ever had on psychedelics.
Or is it possible that the lesson is not being afraid of the hole? Or is it possible that the hole is actually the whole, W-H-O-L-E, and you saw it as H-O-L-E, the whole?
See, I got this feeling, and the longer I kept looking at it, the more I was having an explanation as to why this experience had just happened to me. Like, why all of the shocking experience that had just happened was going to be explained. The harder I looked down there, and it was like tempting. It was just too tempting. It was more temptation, and it was like the longer I looked, the more tempting it was. And I was like, I can't resist, and it was like irresistible, is what it was, and it was just
the rabbit hole.
Oh my God, that's what that
the
is.
why question. The rabbit hole in itself is exactly what it is. It is the portal to fourth density. You have to ask the why to understand. It is the why that is the rabbit hole. That is in the Alice of Wonderland, the rabbit hole. You go down the why. You go down the hole of why to get to the fourth density of understanding.
So that's what that was? That's fucking wild.
I'm having deja vu right now. Literally, I swear to God, I'm having deja vu right now.
That's so neat. I love this.
And the Pink Floyd sound, the Pink Floyd's, what is it? The Dark Side of the Moon. I hear that a lot. I've heard that a lot. People they listen to it, and it activates something. It is a frequency. Understand, sound is frequency. When you are hearing a sound, a music, a song like Pink Floyd, it activates the portal. It activates that portal that needs to be activated, that specific sound. Oh,
it's like
yeah.
it was like an ohm sound. That was the other thing.
Mm.
When I was in the sound that came out of the radio that turned into this place was just an ohm. The radio it just went from a great gig in the sky to just an overwhelming ohm, and the louder the ohm got, the ohm turned into everybody that's alive, everybody that's gonna live, and everyone that's already been alive. Everywhere, all in the same place, all at the same time. That's what that ohm turned into. The ohm turned into heaven, if that makes any sense. So
Perfect sense.
so okay, cool. Then then that hole that I told you about, it was gonna explain to me why, as long as I kept looking down the irresistible hole. So you're telling me that's what a rabbit hole is? That is fucked
Mhm.
up. I had never put that together until today. I'm so glad I stayed up. Yeah.
And you
See,
begin to hear something funny as well because you see it as a whole, as if you have to go down it, down. You see it immediately as the negative, as a dark hole, unknowing hole. In fact, it is you going into up, you going towards love, you towards heaven, towards fourth density life. That's what heaven is. To your body, to your mind, that's how you sense heaven, is the fourth density is heaven for you. Second density is hell for you. And it's up. But it inverts your understanding. At first, you're like, oh, it's down there and I have to go down. That's exactly the opposite of the direction. It's a whole up.
Yeah. That's because what was up was already what I had just seen, and should have been convinced should have been okay with what I had just seen. It was just like I fell for it, and when I was looking down that hole, and it was like just so simple because I was sitting in the chair and the hole's right in front of me. How it's like having a plate of cocaine in front of your face, and then after doing a few lines, and like, how are you gonna not do it? And then like that's exactly how it was like. It was more euphoric too. The more I looked down, the more euphoric I was feeling. So it made the role feel better, and which is satanic as fuck. And I mean it really is, and it was just crazy. So I mean, wow, I have had a good night having this explained to me. Damn. This is
But you're
really
the one that did it. You did the whole thing. You made yourself understand the whole thing. You are the one who paid the attention. And then, as I said, because of the sound that activates, I, hearing your sound, loving in your direction with my attention because this shit's important. I love to be sciencing this stuff out whenever someone's sharing something like this. You were sending me the signal, and I basically said the last two words of whatever you were structuring. You were making it up, but it's yours. It's you. You are responsible for this light right now. You are. Take full credit for it. I want you to have all the credit because it's appropriate.
Oh well, I mean, it's just y'all. Well, I'm grateful for y'all. Which is good. Which is something that y'all just gonna have to deal with because that's just how
We
that
love
goes.
it.
Man, how do y'all afford to do this? It's gotta cost something to be running all this shit, and I just don't. And I feel like I need to contribute to something.
you being
time.
here is contributing.
Yeah, I mean,
your
y'all
time,
got
brother.
Damn, I appreciate that. Fucking and I wish there was something I could do out here for y'all. Like when I went out to Chicago, I went to the bean and I flicked the bean and all that kind of shit and put that on the Kill Tony thing. Then got my son out there to go flick it. I couldn't believe he wanted to go do that. But Casey Rocket was performing the same night I was out there and I didn't even know. I wish I had known, like, oh, that would have been so cool. But like, since I travel for work and I've made a promise to myself the next time I travel, it's going to be a Kill Tony related event no matter what. So I'm not traveling for anything else unless it's that. And And I just want to do something. I really love this so much, and I want to devote a lot of myself to this, like just chilling and being part of y'all's tribe. I want I love y'all.
Well, you are.
We love you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And I don't. It's just so cool how I don't feel like super lost over the last year. Like especially when the podcast started. Like that was really cool. And man, I don't know how to keep saying the same thing over and over again, but it's hey, this is my anarchist backpack. Yeah, I made that.
This is my Misfits shirt.
Do what?
This is my Misfits shirt.
I fucking love where.
I'm wearing my Misfits shirt.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
No, they someone commented on one of our videos. They said, "What a setup, or not a setup." There's like, what a crazy something. The co-host, one of them wears a Hawaiian dad shirt, and the other one wears a wife beater, and that's the epitome of our podcast, man. Like, we're higher consciousness and lower standards, because at one point in my life, if I didn't have the lower standards that I carried, then I would have never achieved a higher consciousness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How long has this
God.
podcast been going on?
So we're on episode 11. We just dropped one with Martin Phillips today. It's pretty good. Yeah, we had Martin on. He was actually recording with us while his episode of Kill Tony was airing, which we were super grateful for, because he could have been watching that, checking his DMs, and feeding into the Reddit thread that was worshiping the idol of Martin Phillips. But he was actually having a conversation with us too.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all Kyle, man. Kyle reached out to him and fucking he said yeah, and we were like, oh shit. So we even recorded on a Monday, and we usually record on Tuesdays just to fit him in there.
Kyle has charisma. That's what you
Yeah.
said.
But
I
I've
like
been
that.
podcasting I've been 2 years now, was June, and I've had people on that have had near-death experiences. I had a girl on, she had an overdose of fentanyl, and she went into an ICU for 7 days and was in a coma, and she explained what she had experienced while she was in a coma. She even learned string theory while she was in the coma that she was in.
Oh,
And
what?
very fascinating story. I still have it up on this channel just because it's so good. But dude, I had a vision one day, and it was part of my spiritual experience, and it involved an ego death as well. But part of that vision was that I had went viral. This guy that I was with that day, he had cameras in his house, and all these cameras were pointing into his living room. Well, I thought that he was streaming, and what I was going through in that moment was projected for the world to see. Not the case, but that's what I thought. And in that vision, man, it told me that I could create and do whatever that I wanted to do in this reality, as long as I show this intention of love. And I actually had an unconditional love for myself. And through that, this podcast, which was This World with Jordan, manifested into me going on to CWG, meeting Harmon. Harmon was one of my guests on the original podcast, and meeting Kyle in the chat in CWG. And the way that he was riffing and saying things in the comments, I was like, holy shit, like I really connect with this dude. So from the chat, me and Kyle linked up, and we started this. And it's been beautiful, dude, because again, like through the intention of love and just surrendering the outcome and doing uncomfortable work and being authentic, I've been able to have interactions with people like you, Brian, and meeting Max too. We've had Max's brother on last week. We recorded 2 episodes last week, one with Martin Phillips and one with Andy, which is Max's brother. It'll drop next
Hell yeah.
week. And dude, it's just been a real blessing of a ride. We know that there's only 7 people watching right now, but that'd be 70,000 at this point. You know what I mean? Or 70
Mhm.
million. Because one day the people that need to hear this will hear this, because I get to have this experience with you, and you're in Georgia. I assume you're in Georgia. Max is
Yep.
in New Zealand. Kyle
Wow.
lives in Washington, and I live in East Texas. So
Mhm.
if we're getting to have this experience based off of our spiritual awakenings, then there's no limit to this, brother. This is truly
Yeah.
an infinite thing. We live infinite lives because we are infinite souls having an infinite experience
Mhm.
with the foundation of an infinite
Oh yeah.
love.
I knew that
You-
right when y'all were talking about the damn free will. When you were all talking about when Sancho was talking about the so you mean do we not really have free will? And that's when I said, oh shit, I was about to say multiverse, and then you went down there to that went down that direction. I was like, hell yeah, thank God I'm watching this all night long. So
Yeah,
yeah.
dude.
Well, something that I thought was funny was somebody reached out to have a spot, get a spot on our show, and they're like, "Do I meet the ramifications to be on your show?" And I was just like, the ramifications. We don't have those. We just want
Read the title. It says Lore Standards.
like literally if you have a story and you want to tell it and you are okay with talking about the parts of you that you have accepted or that you hide from yourself, then please come on. Let's shine some light on it.
Because
God.
we're only reflections of one another anyway.
Like like in Pink Floyd, the song Echoes, he says, I am you and what I see is me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's
Yeah.
that's the mission. The mission is people and connection. And the goal is to love, because everybody wants to have their circle small. Let's keep our circles small.
God damn, I said that last night at AA.
And I'm like, man, why would you limit yourself to a small circle when you can just keep growing it and growing it and growing it until you have an infinite size circle?
And
Y'all are
I got called a nihilistic Buddhist last week, and that my perspective on reality is only good for creating within, and it wasn't going to be projected into a society that was unwilling to hear, which I can agree to a certain extent that possibly is true. But if I was a nihilistic Buddhist and this was only for creating within, then tell me why whatever I'm creating within gets me to have interactions with you, Brian. It gets me to have interactions with Max. It gives me interactions with Kyle because I am creating from within.
While using without, and thereby connecting two sides of existence to make one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, the whole thing is perspective. And the more open-mindedness that we portray and we get from everyone who watches, the more it opens them up to receiving another's perspective. Because everybody has a story and they have their own unique individual experience. And if you come into it with an open mind, you open yourself up to sharing their story, their experience. And that's cool. Like, why would you not want to know more about somebody, anybody? It doesn't even have to be a famous person. Every person put here has a purpose and they are unique. Let's hear about it.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Like you said,
Your
it's
perspective, your perspective is supposed to serve you to, because of the natural way that your mind kind of compares itself with everything else naturally. You are supposed to use perspective in that manner to align yourself with the now you, with the unjudgmental you, with the highest you, with the one that doesn't care to compare itself with anyone, even the self. You see that? It's like you're using those examples. The perspective. This was a big deal for me this was a big thing to decide that I'm okay with death and continue to remind myself of that and why I did that. And what helped me is perspective, is looking at all these lives and listening and talking to you and listening and acquiring as many examples of what a life can be like, what a life can be lived like, and to see those examples as wonderful examples, as fantastic life lived, no matter how short or negative, let's say. And then you are naturally, because of the natural biological mindful way that your physical mind does things, it compares itself. Oh, okay, then I can use that comparison to say, I'm all right. Hey, is there more excitement for me out there, more passion? Let me follow that instead of some ego driven desire, instead of something I'm told I'm supposed to want. I'm just going to go ahead and not put any expectations on my wanting, my desire. There are no supposed tos. That's how you can be like acquiring that attitude and be like, oh, right, that's all right. Let's see what every day can bring. And every single day is like, oh, I've woken up. Well, that means I'm not done yet. Wonderful. It's a birthday time. I was just born. Where are my gifts?
And
Right.
see, like I tell the kids this, man. And the reason that I work with kids instead of adults, because I could have got paid more money to work with adults, but I get to work with kids to stop that cycle before they get old enough to be your age, my age, and still just trying to put their lives together. But what I try to show them, Brian, is that in this reality, we chose to come here. I fully believe that we chose as souls to come here and have this experience. But in this experience, we're having an experience of suffering. But also in this reality is a reality of quantum physics. So physics tells me that yeah, energy is never created nor destroyed, it's only transferred. So while we're having this experience of suffering, what would be the opposite of suffering? It would be peace, it would be serenity, it would be empathy, it would be
harmony.
compassion, harmony. It would be all those things based off of having the intention of love, because since it is physics, the opposite of love would be hate, would be anger, would be jealousy, greed, all these character defects that we've grown up in and developed. But if we harness the opposite of that, then our experience of suffering becomes an experience of harmony.
Yeah. And this is where unity comes into play.
This is literally the healthiest hobby in the entire damn world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was so cool. I'm figuring out. You really like. You can't be an asshole in life and do this at the same time. Like, if I had just been a stressed out prick today, there'd be no way I could communicate with y'all, and I know that about myself well enough. Like, and man, this is just so neat. Yeah.
Well, we're humans of duality, man. Ultimately, we're humans of duality. We can have those moments of thinking, hey, an asshole response or a prick response, But like one of the kids had asked me this, so they like, "Are you always happy? Do you ever get mad?" And I'm like, "I'm always happy. My girlfriend could be having the worst day in the world, and I'm over here, just like always with the solution thing, man. Like, we're gonna get through this. This is gonna be okay. It's really not that bad. Understand we are having this experience of suffering, so you can channel in the opposite of what that is. Physics told us this. Albert Einstein taught us this, Max, mathematically.
I
It's
think
only logical. It's only logical to see, oh, that's what I prefer. What do I do to get there? Oh, I act like I'm already there. Oh,
Hmm.
that's the whole idea.
and the whole thing that I think the goal for humanity on Earth would be to tap into that love frequency as a collective. If everybody taps into that love all together without separation, without going off of difference in opinions, it's okay to disagree, but coming together as people, just trying to have an experience together on Earth, then we can achieve this unity. And if everything was based solely around love, and there was no hate, there was no jealousy, there was no ego thinking you are better than anyone when we are all equals, then we can fully achieve this peace. It seems
Things
like
are
a
gonna
farce.
start. I think things are gonna start working very fast, very soon. I think that we're gonna enter a time where we, by mass, see the choice and choose to go in the direction of understanding, love, peace, openness. We'll open our hearts like this as soon as the aliens arrive. And they're due to be here in 2027. The world is talking. And as soon as they arrive, we will see the true nature of the other self. Or rather, we will evolve our understanding of what other means. And once we do that, from above, looking, oh, so that's other. So we will see us as humanity, as the self. And because there'll be another other. There isn't now. We are the only others to ourselves. But since they'll put themselves in plain view, we will see them as the other. And us, the whole of us, as the self. And it'll be quick. It'll be quick. We'll make that decision en masse. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Unity.
yeah.
Oh, okay. We're all the same. We're
Yeah.
all the same. That will be the motto.
And it's
As
happening.
above, so
And
below.
yeah, because it's got to get worse before we have this awakening too. So unfortunate events
Mm-hmm.
have to happen, and you can see a little bit of it happening right now, especially with I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned this earlier in the podcast with Charlie Kirk being assassinated. I didn't agree with the guy, but one thing that I learned to love about the guy was when he debated other people off his beliefs, he would speak, he would say his perspective, and then he would set the microphone down, and then he would let that other person, however much he disagreed with them, he would give them a platform to speak. And so I don't have no opinion on it except for the fact that we can't kill one another based off of our differences in opinion. And because of that event happening, you see more and more people saying we've got to learn how to love people just because we disagree with them.
Yep.
That's when we should
Yeah.
love them even more. It's
Hmm.
because they disagree. Because
Yeah.
if
And
everybody
if you
goes
do
around
disagree
agreeing all
with,
the time, how do you grow?
yeah.
That
And if you,
that place I was telling y'all about, where everybody that's ever lived and everybody that's living now and everyone that's gonna live is already alive and all that good stuff, and they're already in the same spot. That place, like I said, if I had to name it, I would have called it. It was like love. It was made out of love. It was like, because I said that Om turned into this place. The Ohm turned into everybody, and it was love was the overwhelming feeling over everything else. And if it had to be given a word to describe the word love, it would be harmonious. Like there was zero friction there. So like zero friction, and like if heaven is anything, I would have to say it's just pure harmony. So if anyone thinks that they get bored in heaven doing anything, I don't think that you can get bored being in harmony. You know, like ever.
Right.
I've tried to think about that. Like, is it possible to be bored if you're in harmony? No, that's like impossible as fuck. So yeah, I think that's
Right.
what it might be. Yeah.
I
I
think
feel
you had
like
a vision
it's
of what's to
achievable.
come.
Yeah. I can believe that in one way or another it's coming here.
It's
Be
coming
here.
because we chose for it to be.
Oh, next time I'm on here, I'll tell you all about the black orb that I saw in Homerville at rehab. Unless y'all want to know about it, because I want to know about it. I don't know anything about it. I'm not kidding.
Well, would love to have you on and get you booked if you're not booked already, but Kyle seems to be ahead of the game. So, Kyle, do you have Brian booked yet?
December 2nd.
Sweet. Well, let's hear about it because I would love to tell you the white orb that I saw on the same day that I had my vision.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I thought it was going to
I
kill me.
experience orbs every single day. It would seem to me now. I hallucinate very often. But they come in, it's like I'm sciencing them. I'm learning about them. It's like, oh, what? Because everything's here. They've always been here. So it's a matter of me raising my own frequency in order for me to perceive them. And so I am beginning to perceive them from the sides. Kyle, you've heard this as well. They come in from the sides. As soon as you kind of start focusing in on the center of them, trying to see them better, they kind of go away. They come in from the sides. That's what I've witnessed. I've witnessed the lights, the orbs. They don't want to impede your vision. They don't want to be like front and center. They want to just sort of give you hints about themselves.
Your peripherals.
This one was smack dead, like right dead center, and it was.
But I haven't had an experience like that. Yeah.
You know, there was one that was so intense that I couldn't explain. And oh man, it was the most vivid, biggest. It wasn't like, you know, when you talk about orbs, it's just like a little tiny orb, right? Just floating around. I saw one, it was like this big, and it was bright white, and it flew off to the side, and I looked, and it was still there, and it shot up the staircase. And I was like, did anybody else see that? And they're like, no. I was just like, that was huge. And it was when me and my buddy were in the kitchen talking about Yeshua. We were talking about, you know, Jesus. So I was like, was he just here? Like, you know, it's just like, it was such a
But then that's awesome.
Energy.
That's such an amazing experience. If you were to ask yourself then, at that moment, if we take you back there now, and if you ask yourself, does that make me excited? The thought that popped into your head, the question is was that him? Was that him? The next question is, would you like that to be? And if that is yes, then you can make that him. That's how it works from the physical perspective. You can come up with whatever word, with whatever name, they will run with it. That's how it works with imagination. If you want it to be Jesus, it was Jesus. If you want it to be Yeshua, it was Yeshua. If you want it to be your grandma, it was your grandma. That's how it works. They'll take it up. They'll take up the mantle of your choice. That's how it's from your perspective. That's how you see it. From their perspective, they saw a signal and they chose to answer it. So it was always them to them, as if it was to you. You made it up. That's how it will always feel to you, as if you made it up. But that's just your perspective. From there, you can pick whatever. That's so. If you want it to be Yeshua, it was Yeshua. Yes.
Yeah. I felt the energy, like the hair on my body from head to toe was just like standing up. Like I felt ecstatic, and then I saw that as we were, speaking, and it shot away. I was just like, just something told me that like there was an intense, like positive energy there listening.
Yeah.
This one
That's what
saw was
I
the
always.
size-
You go. I've done enough talking.
This one was like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and was going about 25 miles an hour, and it was blacker than the night sky. It was around 9:30 at night, and it was in September, and it was September of 3 years ago. And what's real crazy about it was, like I said, it was blacker than the sky, but it was also transparent and see-through-ish. I wish that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. It was darker than everything around, but it was like fuzzy and transparent-ish. And when it went across the property, it went across the pond, and it went on the water. And when it went on the water, it didn't make any ripples. It didn't. I'm not kidding around. This sounds so fucked up. And like it didn't do anything to the water at all. And then when it got out of the water, it went up in the air. Then it went up onto the it landed down onto the ground, and it went on the side of the pond. And when it was on the ground, it was as flat as the ground. Like, it wasn't like an orb shape. It looked like a shadow when it was on the ground, and it was just moving perfectly along like the side of the pond at walking speed. But when it went on the water, it looked like a shadow on the water. It didn't go under the water or anything like that. It made just a black shadow on the water when it got up off the water. No water drips or anything, no ripples. But like when it was on the side of the pond, it went up off the side, flew up in the air, and then it went in one lap around the pond in the air, and then it took off at a speed that I can't even measure. I can't even think. I'm not kidding, and I swear on my entire family. I mean it. And it was in Homerville, Georgia. And when I got home, I called the UFO reporting thing, and the guy's name, God, it's like gosh, I can't remember off the top of my head. I told him about it, and then I didn't want it. I didn't call him and do the full thing because I didn't want it to be published. It was because he said it was going to be published, and I didn't want it to be published, so I didn't authorize. I didn't call back and do the full report because he asked me to call back with more details. One of the details I found on Google was that was Homerville, Georgia, is one of the hottest spots in the country for seeing that shit.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the only time it's ever happened in my entire life with something that big, an orb that big. There's been other things, but not like that. That was really fucked up, and I wasn't high, and I hadn't been high in months, and I don't know what. And I was talking to my mom on my watch when it happened. I wasn't supposed to have this watch. I was talking to her on it, and she said that she could feel it through the conversation. She probably got scared when I was telling her about it. She said, "Get to people. Go get as close to people as you can, quick." And that's what she said to do. And I was like, whatever. I didn't feel scared or alarmed by it or anything. It just felt like it was normal, as weird as that is. So if anybody knows anything about that, please let me know, because I have not found anything like about that shit.
Let me ask you a question about it.
Okay.
Is there something now, as you think about the experience, replaying the experience in your mind as a video, excites you about the outcome of it being that particular thing or another?
What do you mean by that?
What would you prefer the experience to be from?
I see. What would I prefer it to be? Like I would see, I thought it was a ghost, and then my mom said UFO, and I was like, well shit. And then other people, when I was talking to other people about it, they're like, oh, that's like a UFO. And I don't know, it would be cool if it was a UFO. That would be cool.
It excites you more if it was a UFO rather than a ghost.
Yeah.
Go deeper with it. You can guide that excitement energy inward. Okay, now we see the direction. The direction is aliens or UFO. Looking at some other two more options as to what excites you about the next thing about it.
Because it was excited about your energy.
Yeah,
It was definitely
clearly.
aware that I was
To
there.
show you itself.
It was definitely aware that I was there because it made a circle around me, but it was like a big circle, and it was the speed that it was going. It was about this thing had to be about 20 feet to 25 feet off the ground and going about 20 miles an hour, gliding with no damn wind. And the way that it moved was like so simple, so quick and simple. And it was not terrifying, but it was, I could not explain anything like that. So it was like, I just stood there and looked at it. It looked like the end of a spotlight. If the spotlight was black, it looked like the end of one. Yeah. But there was nothing casting a black light. And it was, like I said, fuzzy, but and transparent-ish, but still darker than the sky. But and it was fucking past 9 o'clock. It was wrong.
Did this happen after your ego death, your rabbit hole experience?
Oh yeah, ego death thing happened in 2007, and this was just a couple of years ago, 3 years ago.
I wonder.
I had my experience 3 years ago in November. You had yours in September.
Yeah, the orb thing.
Yeah, my orb. I was walking down a road and I had thought that I had been killed. It was I took a heroic dose of mushrooms. I thought that I'd been killed. It was the same day that I had this vision of going viral in this guy's house. I thought he was streaming me, but I thought that he had murdered me because the moment that I left his house, God told me to just start walking. So I was just walking. My phone was dead. I was chunking up the deuce to every single car that was driving by. Nobody was recognizing who I was because in my mind, I thought that I had gone viral. And I was like, why does nobody see me? Why? Like, nobody's paying attention to who I am or even checking to see if I'm okay. I must be dead. I was in somewhere in between Tyler and Texarkana, man. And that is a long distance between one another. I was in the woods and I was walking down this county road and I had accepted my fate. I looked up at the stars and the star that was right above me in the sky made a beam to the left. It just moved to the left just a little bit, and I accepted my fate. I was like, okay, I'm dead. This is the spirit form. This is the way that life's going to be now. I'm walking down this road, and it looked like somebody riding a bicycle. It looked like that somebody had this bright white light on their bicycle and they're riding their bike towards me. And I had fear in my mind. I was like, what is coming towards me right now?
Mm-hmm.
And I reverted back to when I was in the Army and I was like, stop. And it didn't stop. It just kept slowly moving towards me. And then I got my big masculine voice and I was like, I said, stop right now, motherfucker. And it didn't stop. And then I noticed that it didn't care whether or not I was there or not. And I darted off into the woods, dude. And I'm sitting there on my belly and I'm like trying to control my breathing. I'm like, and I do some deep breaths. And as it passes me, I notice that it's not on a bicycle. It's just levitating in the middle of the air and it goes right past me. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? So once it passes me, I get up, I dust myself off. I ran through a barbed wire fence at this time. I'm cut up with barbed wire fence and trying to scrape myself off. I get out back onto the road and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna keep walking. And the next house that I see, I'm just gonna walk up into their yard and I'm just gonna make myself be known. Mind you, I'm in East Texas, bro, and people here have guns. And I walk up, it's getting dusk, and mind you, the trees had been taking on like these big old great shadow figures that look like giants. So they looked like statues that were like of old gods, pretty much. And I walk up into this yard, and this guy comes out because his dog's barking, and I am the happiest dude in the world. He's like, "Who's there?" And I'm like, "It's me, it's me." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah," like, "Hey." And he's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but I'm alive. I'm here, like you see me, we're having this experience right now. I'm still alive. I'm getting a second chance at life. He's like, "Do you want me to call the cops?" And I'm like, "Please call the cops. Please call them. I don't know where I'm at or anything." And the
Oh
cops showed
boy.
up, dude. And the cop, he's wearing a cowboy hat. It was like out of a movie, man. He's like, "What are you doing out here?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing about that, man." I said, because I should have backtracked a little bit. In that vision, I had a vision of the Ukraine-Russian war. It had just popped off, and God had told me that the only way that that war was ever going to stop is if everybody learned love. And
Oh my
so
God.
instead of explaining to him why I was there, what's going on, I said, "Are they still fighting in Russia?" And he looks at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, boy?" And I was like, "Nothing's wrong with me." I said, It's humanity. Like, we have to learn how to love here." And he's like, "Oh yeah, they're fighting. They're fighting all right." And he's like, "Go sit in the back of my car. I'm about to call an ambulance out here and assess your your like mental ability here." And he did, man. And the ambulance showed up, dude. And but like just that entire experience, man, that it was just oh, that orb, even though I felt fear from that orb, I think that orb was showing me duality. I think it was showing me love. I think it was showing me what I could be, but I'm the only one that gets to create that reality in the first place. Much like Max was telling you with the black orb. Go back and relive that moment of excitement. And if it is a UFO, play it out and then draw that line of what your reality should be and why it was there in the first place and why it was attracted to your energy. Because that same energy that you carried that day is the same energy that brought you into our lives at this very moment. And
Damn
that's
right.
way bigger than all of us, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the energy is it's God. You know what's so crazy? This is the same month it happened in, and I just wonder. It was like on September 9th was the day it happened. And I wrote it in the back of my big book, and man, that was the first thing I did. Was I wrote down everything to describe it, and you know, I think it's got to be one of the coolest things I've ever seen. But man, I would like it if it would happen again. You know, I just don't know if it
Yeah.
will. Now, I would like it if it would happen in front of someone else. So I don't feel so crazy talking about it. Like, okay, it's probably a flashback. No, it's not. It was there. It really was. And I
Well, that
mean,
sparked. I didn't even believe in UFOs before that day or anything that could have been interdimensional or extraterrestrial. And from that moment forward, this has happened. I've done comedy. I've just whatever I believed has became my reality. And me and my son were on our way to Meow Wolf, which is kind of like this trippy art gallery that they have here in Dallas. There's one in Santa Fe and other parts of the country, but we were headed to Meow Wolf and we saw a cigar shaped UFO. And
dang.
it was like as white as the light that's coming off my ring light right now, dude. It was more white than a cloud. And that from that moment forward, it really gave whatever I felt consciously credibility.
That's crazy. Like is it like the Tic Tac one that they described? Because that's a white cigar
It was a
shaped one.
cigar shaped, and it was like 500 feet long, dude. It was way.
Oh,
It was.
whoa.
It was not.
Never
It was
mind.
not
Whoa.
proportionate to what was going on in the sky, dude. It was massive.
Damn. What
And
year
then
was
just
that?
like that, it didn't zoom, like it was coming in from the left to the right, and it didn't just keep traveling to the right. It went backwards. It went like we were in a bubble type thing. It was just like, you know how you stick your hand in like a stress ball that's clear and it's got stuff in it, and you can kind of like make indentions with your hand with it. You kind of like see the other side of your hand, and then you pull your
Yeah.
hand out and it makes that effect. That's exactly the type of effect that it made. It went out like that.
Oh, what?
It's weird.
That's cool. That's like, wow, that's warpy.
It was, yeah.
Damn.
But also, I had questions about the simulation. I'd heard different Joe Rogan podcasts about whether or not we lived in a simulation, and my original thought on that was, we don't live in a simulation. But the more that I questioned that, the more that it just kept falling back into this truth that we do live in a simulation.
But it's the simulation is our own. We are
Yeah.
the simulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, which channel are we on, you know?
We're on the channel of Earth and the reality of suffering, and the cheat code is unconditional love.
Right? Gratitude. That is the cheat code. That is it.
That's why I was saying gratitude's a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
It's
don't
like
have
if
to
I'm
do this,
having-
Brian. You get to.
Yeah, dude, I know. That's so much fun. Yeah, I like that. I love that. Yeah, I get to go to meetings. I get to wake up in my damn house and not prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get to wake up in prison too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. God, I just farted. Hope y'all didn't hear that. That was an accident. I usually clean my damn fart, and I'm like, God, I just farted. I must be really,
Well,
really,
you just
really.
told on yourself. I didn't hear it. I don't think these guys did. You just told on yourself. No, we know that you did.
The
But he
thing
is
is,
human.
that only happens when I'm off guard and calm. I'm that calm right now that I farted on accident. Holy shit.
Doorknob.
I haven't done that in so long. Like, damn. What was that? Shit. Oh, that was a natural fart.
Well,
We would
Brian,
call
What
that.
kind of spirit came out of me with that fart? What was that spirit?
It was the orb.
I believe it
What
was
was that
called.
orb?
I believe it was called the Bashart.
Oh, God.
There you go again.
Oh my God!
Call back. Well, Brian, we've had you on the longest this evening, man, and we are at almost at the 420 mark. No pun intended on that.
Oh, that's funny.
What we like to do with our guests, man,
Wow.
is we like to let them give us a little bit of words of wisdom to carry us on to the next time we see you and to the next episode. So if there's anything you want to share with us and, give us a little bit of who you are and your life advice, man, now's the time.
Well, I heard you say something earlier about having to do things that you don't want, uncomfortable work. There's a lot of things that I'm very shy, and I felt kind of uncomfortable getting on here. You know what I mean? And like I could come up with an excuse, and I almost did like connection issues, and that was like preemptive too. And I was like, all right. Because Kyle saw what happened the last time. Oh my God, I was having the worst connection issues, and I couldn't I couldn't get the interview straight, but it worked out. It worked out fine. But like So, I didn't want to get on here because I was like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't care if it's one person or nobody's watching, I'm just a shy person. But look at how I feel like it turned out great, and yeah, it's just part of getting over myself. You just, here's words of wisdom, you get over yourself. You gotta get over yourself. Like that's it, and gratitude is a weapon when you're feeling down. And like if I'm in my kitchen and I see something like, so and so could have cleaned this better, blah blah blah. Well, at least it's here at home, and it's not in prison, it's not in jail, and blah blah. I could go on forever, and at least at least it's not the streets, and just anything, it just makes me feel so much better about all my situations. Every situation's better because of gratitude. And so I mean, and wanting to do this, like wanting to see y'all every week on here and participate like on Facebook, just cracking jokes and getting to laugh and see just this is so much better than what I was doing when I was getting in a lot of trouble. So I mean, like this has just been the best thing I've run into ever on the internet, especially ever. I'm like, and I love y'all, and I really do, and I'll see y'all later. Thank y'all for letting me
Yeah,
get on here.
You were
This-
Yeah,
authentic.
man.
You did uncomfortable work, and you surrendered the outcome, and we had a great interview because so.
Hell yeah! Thank you
Hell
guys.
yeah, dude. We'll catch you on the flip side, man.
You're perfect, Brian. You're absolutely perfect. Know that, dude.
Thank you, Max. You too.
Love you, Brian. We'll holler at you, man.
Love y'all too. All right, bye.
That's so cool. That guy's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool of
he's-
him to open up like that and tell us all about himself. It's so cool.
Yeah, dude. It's been a great evening, man.
Yeah.
How are you guys
420.
feeling?
I'm a little
feel-
sleepy, but it was worth being tired.
What time is it over there now? 6
Kyle?
p.m. for me.
It's 11:20
What time is
over
it?
here.
It's 11:20. It's almost midnight for you guys.
It's 1:19 for me.
Oh wow! Oh right, different time zones. Of course,
Yeah,
you're
we're
in the
in
middle
3
of the
different
night.
time zones. One's experiencing winter,
Wow.
one's experiencing summer, and one gets to
Yeah.
experience both, and that's Kyle living in Washington.
I'm living in the past. You're in the present, and you're in the future.
We'll tell you what the future, whatever happens, we'll tell you what happens, and then you'll know what happens. Because
Yeah.
look, New Zealand is like almost on the way. It's like I think there's another country that is 1 hour ahead or something, but we're very close to experiencing the world first in New Zealand. So like, I'll tell you the future. I'll tell you if something happens.
Well, it was 2:19 a.m. where Brian lives because he lives on the East Coast. So we had 4 different time zones at one point.
Wow, man.
Right.
Hey guys, it's been a fucking blessing this evening.
Yeah.
Been great.
Yeah. Hey, look, go follow CWG. Go check out our Martin Phillips podcast. Go check out Max's podcast with us where he gets in depth with the 7 different densities. And don't forget that we have Max's brother on next week. And I'm going to go ahead and say this, Kyle, but maybe 2 weeks or so we do this again.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Kyle, you're the Energizer Bunny, bro.
Well, I feel
yeah.
like we all make a pretty good team on here. And we're doing
Yeah.
I'm up for anything, man. I'm up for anything, man. Like Brian was saying, I felt exactly the same way. This is the best freaking thing ever, man. I'm having the best time with these times, man. Every time I speak to you guys, it's always the best ride of my life. That's why I mention it like that. It's because that's exactly where I am, man. The best time ever.
It's like a 4-hour soul hug.
Yes.
From multiple people.
Yes.
And we're only gonna get bigger, man. If we keep putting out this intention of love and with the morals and the compass that's guiding us, which is our creator, we got to start somewhere. And this is where we start, you know. This is so much bigger than us, whether we're tired or 4 different time zones, 3 different time zones. One thing becomes an inevitable truth, and that's the fact that our creator has brought us together to share this moment and to share it with others. So,
Yeah.
with that, like and subscribe.
Absolutely.
Love
Okay.
and subscribe.
Love, light, and laughter.
Love you, everyone. Love you, everyone. The whole universe gets my love. I hold none of it back. Thank you.
Absolutely. Same from us.
Thank you.
Come get
Yeah.
addicted to connection.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
that's nice. I gotta write that one down. That one's cool.
I can't wait to see Max's notes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know how to read them, man. I don't even know how to read them. They're so cryptic, man. Because this is science to me. Whenever someone talks, this is why sound is so cool because it activates stuff. Like it activates a connection with Brian's soul, and Brian's soul has stuff to tell me, and then it activates a connection with yours, with the Yeti. I don't remember his name. What's his name? Yeti guy?
Donald.
Donald, right. It activates whenever there's a loving connection and a loving conversation between the talker and the listener, and the listener gets to have the portal to the other person's soul and gets to communicate directly. Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see
Get
y'all next
addicted to
week.
connection.
Absolutely.
What do I do now? Do I just leave or?
I'm gonna stop it and then we'll leave all together. Oh, Kyle, I was gonna tell you,
Let's
see
do it.
down there at the bottom right? Look at that, dude. I got our logo. I got our logo on
that.
there. Yeah, I did that.
Ah.